Hi, in this video you'll see how I made this avatar using just vanilla JavaScript and HTML canvas. I made this while competing with Samuel, so it wasn't scripted and we didn't even know what project we're gonna do when we began. So don't look at this as a tutorial because I do a lot of mistakes in it. But I really think you should watch the video because it shows the thought process of how to solve a problem like this in the real world. And tutorials are not like that. Tutorials just show step-by-step instructions of solving a problem. And those were usually polished well before recording the tutorial. So if you really want to be a better problem solver, you should check it out. So the project we're gonna do is going to be an avatar. I'm going to make something that kind of looks like me and maybe is able to talk or something. Let's see about that. And I'm going to do this project in HTML and JavaScript, so it's going to be like a web page. And I'm also going to do this without using any kind of libraries or external code. So the reason I want to do this now particularly is because I'm going up against Samuel, and let's just say that I am about twice as old as he is, and even though I said I'm not gonna be pulling my punches, I think I need to set some additional rules for myself. And these rules are going to be not to use other code. This is something I normally do when I make my tutorials, but in this case, I'm going to definitely try not to look at other code. And actually, I'm not gonna use the internet. I'm just going to try to code this using what I remember about coding in JavaScript. And let's see how this goes. So I really think something like that is needed, but having said that, I won't hold anything back. So let's see how this goes. I begin with simple HTML, and in the body part, I'm going to add a canvas element. Let's call it my canvas, like this. And let me close the body. And if you are watching this, it means that this video recording is pretty good, even though this is unscripted and we just selected this project a moment ago. So I think it's good for you to watch a video like this from time to time, because even though it's very long, it has something that normal tutorials don't have. And that's showing how the thought process goes when building something like this. So normally when you watch tutorials, you see people doing something that they have done before and they have made it previously, and they just show you the final steps most of the time. But you don't realize all the thought that went into it and all the experimentation and things like that. So if you watch this now, it means I decided to post this video because I think it has a lot of educational value in it, even though it's far slower paced than my other tutorials. So hope you like it. Now, I'm gonna also talk when I do these things most of the time, and it's gonna slow me down a bit, but I'm not gonna talk normally like in other tutorials. So if it's something important that I'm doing, I will explain more carefully what that is. Now, I refreshed the page here in the browser on the right, and I've actually opened the index.html file that I started defining here, and you can see the tab has changed its name there to the title that I declared. And the canvas is added here inside this page. It's just transparent and in this top region. So let me start to define some JavaScript next, and I'm gonna do that here in a script tag. I will use many external files at some point, but in the beginning I just want to set up this HTML page somehow. So I'm gonna get access to this my canvas. Let's just call it canvas. Like this. And I will set its width and height. Let's say 300 pixels. Many people also ask me, why do I disable the helper tools from Visual Studio Code? Like, it's not doing any auto-completing for me or telling me if I have typos or things like that. And that's mostly because when I do tutorials, I want them to not interfere with what I'm coding at the moment. So often those windows just block parts of the code that I might be explaining, and it's not very good from a pedagogical standpoint. So let me give also a style here to the canvas, otherwise it's still transparent and we can't see it there. So I'm going to say that the canvas is going to have a border of 1 pixel solid and black, like this. And if I refresh, now I see the canvas element here. So let me also align this to center. Actually, I'm gonna keep it in the top left corner. I prefer it like that. And I will remove this extra margin from here. It's gonna make some things easier as we go. So let's say here margin 0. And now you can see this canvas over there. Okay, now on this canvas, I'm going to draw a character, and I'm going to make this character a procedural object. So it's going to be drawn using mathematics and lines and curves and different kind of shapes and colors and things like that. But I'm going to use a drawing I made of myself a long time ago, which I'm using to brand my channel as a reference. So I add it now here inside of this Visual Studio Code project, and I'm going to actually draw this image, this JPEG, on the canvas for reference to begin with, and then the lines that I'm going to draw are going to be things that define this this character here. So let me go back here and get a reference to the context for drawing on the canvas, and that will be get context, and I'm going to be using this 2D context. Let's see if I have enough time and energy to make this avatar even 3D a little bit, but at the moment ideas are plenty, and I should stick to simple things and have something that works first and then expand somehow. It's not easy. So with the context, I'm going to draw the image, draw image method. I need to get the image first, so let me get the image by saying new image, and the source of this image is going to be me.jpg. It's here in the same directory, and I'm gonna draw this image at 0, 0 coordinates on the canvas. So if I refresh now, nothing happens. Let me try to give this a width and a height of canvas width and canvas height. No. So for some reason this doesn't work. Let's see. Is the image existing in memory? Yeah, there should be there. So here I'm getting the context and I have the image and I'm drawing the image. Maybe actually you don't have to specify the location there. Let's see. No. Oh, what is wrong? So the image is there, but if I try to draw it, it doesn't appear on the canvas. What if I just want to put it in the background of the canvas? Canvas style. No, I can't do that. Okay, so it actually exists and it's there, but for some reason drawing it on the canvas doesn't work. Why? Okay, so 3 arguments required. I don't remember exactly all the parameters for this method. Can I draw anything else on this canvas? Let's see. CTX move to begin path. CTX move to 0, 0. CTX line to 300, 300. And CTX stroke. Okay, so the line is just fine, but then CTX draw image. IMG. I think this should draw it starting at the 0, 0 coordinate there, so something is strange. Tough start, apparently. I don't remember simple things like this even. So canvas works and it's initialized properly, but when I want to draw it, it doesn't appear there. So what are the arguments here? If I just put draw image, it says that it needs 2 more arguments. So can I get a hint of what is this? Of what methods are available? Draw image. Not very useful. Oh boy. How can I have problems with things like this now? I'm getting worried. So this no internet thing, it's scaring me right now. But something here needs to work. So what is the problem? It is the correct name of the function. I saw it here when I looked at the functions available here. So if I type here, for example, ctx drawImage without calling it, it shows as native code, so I can't inspect it. At least I don't know how. Oh, here I get some information. So xy, width and height. Oh, okay. There are multiple versions of this. So one is with the x and y, and you specify also width and height. So it should work with 0, 0, and for example 100, 100. What? Why does this work? Ah, the image is not loaded. The image is not loaded. I tried to draw it before the image had the time to load. Horrible start. So now it works. It's a small image there. Let's just put it here to be canvas width and canvas height, like so. And I don't need this line 2 anymore, this code right here. Phew, I really started to be worried there for a moment. Now, before I draw this, I actually want to draw it transparent. So global alpha set to 0.1. And then I'm going to reset global alpha to 1 afterwards. 2 transparent, maybe 4. Okay, and now I'm going to try to draw this shape using lines and curves and things like that. And I will start with the head. But before I start guessing these coordinates is going to be horrible, really. So I'm gonna write some code that helps me take coordinates by clicking with the mouse first. So I'm going to say canvas, add event listener, mouse down. Actually, click, I think it's better. Let's see if it works. And get coordinates, like this. So a function for get coords with the event, like this. And let's just log here evt.x and evt.y to see if the coordinates are correct. And refresh this, and now when I click this, I'm getting 0, close to 0, 0 in this corner, close to 300, 300 in that corner. So clicking gives me the coordinates from a point that I clicked on there. So this is going to be very useful. And let me just prepare here a function called drawMe for now. Code will become much better later when I figure out all the things I want to do with this. So I'm going to figure out the end result of this avatar as I'm making it. It's going to depend on the things that I know how to do, and also the time that I have and things like that. I have a meeting in about 2 hours, a little after 2 hours, over 2 hours. So let's see if I continue after that. So drawMe here is going to be called after the image is loading and after I'm drawing it here on the canvas. So here, for example, I could draw the head. Let's draw just a line first from this point right here to this point right here. So these are the coordinates that I'm going to use. I'm going to say ctx begin path like that. ctx move to 14934 and ctx line to 151220 like this. ctx stroke like this. And now if I refresh, I'm gonna get a vertical line here like that. So you can see that this code is helping me so that when I click on the screen, I get the coordinates and I don't have to guess these points by trial and error. And of course I can fine-tune these points. For example, I probably know that this should be actually 150, which is the middle of this canvas there. So now the line is perfectly straight. Before it was a little bit off-center because I made mistakes in my clicking. Normally you want mistakes when you draw things like that because something with not perfect symmetry and if it looks a little bit different on one side than the other, then the end result is better. But for this first part, I'm gonna stick to it like this. And at the end, we'll see about normalizing these coordinates somehow. So we'll get to that, hopefully. Okay, so this kind of works. Let me reduce this transparency. I mean, make it even more transparent. Maybe like this. Okay, I kind of like that thing right here. Okay, so I have just one line. Let's add a new line to see also the width of the head here. So something like this. Yeah, I used 130 because I want it to be perfectly horizontal here, like so. And 75, 215, I think that these are proper, pretty much. So here I just want them to be on the other side of this 150 if this is going to be symmetric. And I think it's actually not. So 150 minus 75, it's 75, 150 plus 75 is 225. So let's make this, fix it a little bit already. So now you can see already that the initial drawing that I made of this avatar was not perfectly symmetrical, and maybe I want it to be symmetrical, at least for now. Okay. But this is now somehow centering the head right there. Let's draw the shape of the head somehow. So I'm gonna begin a new path. And I'm going to draw a line from this point right here to this point right here next. Move to 150, 34. And 75, 130. Okay, but this line is going to be curved somehow, so actually I'm not going to use line 2 here. I'm going to use quadratic curve 2, that point, but for the quadratic curve I need to give a control point somewhere, maybe somewhere here, 80, 46. Let's try that. Okay, this is pretty much what I would expect the head to look like there. But I have a feeling that this quadratic curve is not good because it's gonna give me pointy things there when I'm gonna mirror this on the other sides. But actually, even if it's, well, let's just try. So I'm gonna do another quadratic curve too, and let's add a control point here, like 94 and 196, and then the endpoint is going to be this bottom one, so 150 to 20. I should actually label these points as well. So here, if you can look, it's a little bit pointy, but eventually this is going to get covered by all this hair, so I don't need to worry if it's not so perfect there. So having this now, I'm going to actually copy this on the right side. Yeah. And I don't really like these numbers. They are becoming way too difficult to somehow calculate all the things. So I'm not gonna do anything anymore at this stage. I'm actually gonna scale this canvas so that the center point is going to be here. So this is gonna become the new 0, 0 coordinate, and everything else is gonna be symmetric, like this point is symmetric to that, but with minus and plus, and minus and plus here also. Yeah, let me do that. So I'm going to say here, not there, but here, CTX scale. Okay. And CTX translate, actually, maybe I think this should be first. And I'm gonna translate to canvas width divided by 2, canvas height divided by 2. So now things stopped working at the moment, but it's okay. Let's see if this can be fixed somehow. So we translated to the middle of the canvas, and we also scaled. Let's not scale for the moment. So yeah, we translated there, but now this has to start at minus canvas width divided by 2. And minus canvas height divided by 2. Okay. If we scale like that, then I think this now needs to be just 1 divided by 2, 1 divided by 2, 1 and 1. Actually, yeah, I think it's something like this. Yeah, I did some mistake here. I want to scale it up so that these values mean what I want them to mean. But actually, I think I want to scale it like this. Sorry, by half. By half, because I don't want to work with these half values here. I actually prefer, I think, to work in the space from -1 to +1. So now when I'm drawing this, this corner up here means -1. Yeah, it means -1, -1, and this one on the right is going to mean +1, +1. I have to fix also this get coordinates there. But also these ones, so this now means 0. Yeah. So all these coordinates, I actually want to subtract 150 and divide by 150. So a little bit work to do here, but it's gonna make the numbers easier to work with afterwards. You'll see. So the 150s become 0, 0, 0, 0, and then 3, 4 minus 150. 0, 7, 7 with the minus. Then 220 minus 150. $46, like that. Then 75. And I actually know that this one is going to be plus 0.5 because it was symmetric to begin with. And this 130 minus 0.13. Okay, so I think this is correct. And I can replace also these ones. And this 75 was actually this one, I think. I'm gonna need new coordinates for that. Let me just comment out these. Oh, interesting. Something happened. What happened? I'm not drawing any fill. I think what happens is that the line width, yeah, the line width is very, very thick now because of that scaling I did previously. So actually I would like to do the stroke, or let me just ctx line width something very small and work with that. Okay, I think this is just fine now. And for these I'm gonna need new coordinates, and I rewrite that, but after I fix this part right here. So I want this to log the x minus canvas width divided by 2, and then divided by canvas width divided by 2, so something like that. This is going to now give me the coordinates when I click on the canvas, so that it's already scaled in this new space that I'm dealing with. So this one here should be close to minus 1, 1. This one here 1, 1, and this thing in the middle should be pretty much 0, 0, like this. And I don't want this log to be so ugly, so let's just calculate here x is equal to this, and around this. So maybe this works, if I remember right. So the number formatting method here, if I put 2 at the second argument, it's going to give me just 2 decimal places. I think it's probably gonna be enough. And this is gonna be x and y here. So why? Oh, number format is not a function. How was this? Not format, to fixed, I think. So to fixed. I don't remember where the to fixed is. Yeah, I don't remember how this works anymore. I don't think there is a thing called format, so no. Number. Oh, no, I think this is the number. Yeah, let's just leave here something like that. And I just copied this one for the y as well. And here, x2 fixed, yeah, just two decimals. So it is a number already, and it's a method from the number. Yeah, now it works, and it looks quite good. Okay, so what were these control points here? The one on the top, minus 0.44, minus 7.1, and the bottom one, that. But these coordinates here need to also be 0 and 0.46. So, okay, what did I do wrong? Oh, this one needs to be this one. Great, so we have the same thing as before, but different. So why did I do all this crazy stuff? It's just that now when I want to make this symmetric on the other side as well, I'm going to copy this, for example, and this one is going to go to this point right here, but the control point is going to be the same as this one, but with the plus here, because now this control point is somewhere here and plus will make it go somewhere there. So I don't need to do so much mental calculations if everything is symmetric like that. And let's just do the final one here as well. So we're going to go back to the beginning, to this coordinate there, and this control point will have a plus right here. So it took some extra time. I didn't prepare for this kind of thing, but it works, so great. Okay, now this is the shape of the head a little bit, and I am soon going to have to specify names for these points, I think. Let's see, I might define some points for these so that I can animate them. If I'm gonna move the head in some way, that would be nice. But let's see. So now that we have this, I can also draw the body a little bit. So let's draw the neck here. So these two coordinates begin path. And let's just say move to this location and line to this location. I think I want this console log here to output the comma between the points as well. So let me concatenate here a comma like this for the future. Oh, I have this horrible thing here. All right. So we have the neck there. Good. But the neck is a little bit curved. It's supposed to be a little bit curved if you look closely. And I'm gonna do that as well. So I'm going to say here quadratic curve to the same destination, but I will add the control point maybe somewhere here. So this is going to be like that. And now the comma is also here. So I'm quicker at debugging. And now the neck is curved like this. It's great. So it's going like that. And let's continue this path to make the body somehow. So add another point right here. And I think I'm just going to line to this one. So let me copy this like so. It's just fine. I'm not going to focus on that part of the body very much. And clothes are going to cover that eventually. So it's perfect. And let's now make it go off the screen a little bit. So downwards, like the shoulder from here. Same X, but a Y that is going to be 1 or more. Let's put it 1.1. So this is going to go now down off screen a little bit. And I'm going to do the same to the right. So the next line too is going to be a plus here. We don't see it, but now it's somewhere there. And this one is going to be with a plus there, like that. And now we're going to go to this location, but with the plus. So let me do that. And finally, a quadratic curve too for the other side of the neck. We are going to this location, but with the plus right here because it's on the other side of the center. And the control point is going to be also symmetric, so it has also a plus there. Great. So let me actually extract this drawMe function from here and say that this is going to be the body. I think eventually I'm going to use object-oriented programming, but I just want to see if it's needed and get something done, and then I will refactor at some point. So now I'm drawing the body and then the head. So let me refactor this one as well. Draw head. Okay, and I'm gonna put the body before drawing the head because I want these lines here to be covered with whatever the head will look like. Okay, I'm missing a begin path somewhere, or no? No, this line width has to happen early on. I'm gonna just set the line width somewhere at the top for now. So all the lines will be like this, this shape, this size. All right, now I would like the head to, let's still practice a little bit with these lines, or no, I would like the head to actually rotate a little bit. So let's think how we can do that. So I want him to be able to turn his head like saying no, for example, left or right. I think that without doing some fancy feature like this, I'm not gonna win this challenge. So just drawing this, you could just replace this with a sprite. So I want this to have more personality than that. So if we consider a point here in the center, maybe the nose could be considered the center of the head somehow, let's say. So let's just consider this center point for now and give it a name. Let me actually draw this point somehow. So I'm gonna make a function, draw point. Let's give it a label, and this is gonna be ctx begin path, ctx arc. We need a location for this one as well, not just a label. So location.x, location.y, and a radius. Let's set here a radius with the value of 0.01 or something like that, and pass this radius. And the arc method needs 0 and math.pi times 2, so 2 pi means 360 degrees, a full circle. And now I'm gonna do this, and that point here is actually point, let's see, draw point, it's point 0 on the x, but vertically it's minus 0.13. This is where I drew this line because it's where the head is the widest. I somehow want to have that value for, I feel I want to have that value. So we might change many of these things later. But let's see how this draw point method looks like. So refresh, nothing happens because I'm not giving the point in the proper way. Maybe, yeah, let's give it in the proper way like this. X and Y, I think it's fine. Okay, and it's actually here, but very small. Let's make this radius bigger. Yeah, I think that's fine. And ctx fill, but let's give it a white fill color. So ctx fill style is white, and after I fill it, I want to draw there a label. So this let's call this point A. So the label A, and I'm going to say here ctx fill text label at location.x and location.y, like this. But before that, I will change this to black so that we can see black and white. Oh boy, it's a horribly big font. Let's give it a radius number of pixels and make it Arial. I somehow like this font for some reason. And I wonder if text works well in these scaling conditions. But okay, what happens here? Let's put 0.1 pixels. I think that it might not work for some reason. This fill text. The scaling method that I have used here might affect somehow the text properties, and I don't know if it supports these number of pixels, or does it? But I didn't concatenate this pixel value here. Let me. Yes, okay. Phew. I don't need to use a space there. It's linked to that value. Okay, a radius of a size of maybe radius times 2. Now it's too small. I think that is something fine. Maybe. Okay, but I need to do text align center. Like this. Okay, and now point A is in the center there. So this point A I want to be able to control somehow. Let me make the background here actually light green and remove the stroke from here. I think it's somehow too many strokes and I don't want it to be so distracting. I think that's fine. Or let's make this green. And the fill style is going to be white. I think this is much more readable, and this radius can be a little bit smaller, maybe 1.9. I just want to have things here that look somehow nice. Since I'm going to reuse this component multiple times, I might as well have some nice component to work with that is not distracting in some way. Okay, for some reason this would need a little bit of adjustment here as well, and I want to use part of the radius for that so that this is relatively well implemented, so that if I change some of these scaling properties it looks good. Okay, so this point A is something that I want to control somehow, and I'm going to define for this some slider. Let me try to do that. Input type range, ID A. The x of that point will be controlled by this AX slider. Okay, so we have the slider now here. I would like it to be up here actually. So no, I don't want that because it's gonna mess up with my coordinates when I click on the screen. I don't want to bother with that. I'm actually gonna put this slider. I want it up because I will have more of them. So let's put here sliders. Eventually I want to move that point maybe also upwards. Let's see, so another slider for that. And I want this sliders element to be positioned at the top somehow. So not the best way to do this. I might redesign the things later, but let's see. Top 0. Okay, now it's here, but I want it to be left 300 pixels. Okay, so this slider is going to control our position and for this AX element, and let's just say that we will give here a minimum value of -1, max +1. Okay, and initially it's 0 by default. Okay, so now on change, on change I'm going to set here a value, a function for update point. Probably we'll rename this soon, let's see, but update point. Let's put here info and log this info in the console because I don't remember what it contains. So now when I change this, okay, it only works when I release, so I don't really want that. I think there exists also on update. No. On drag. No. On change. But really I am pretty sure that it's on update with small u, or no, I don't think it matters. On change. Yeah, I really want it to go while I'm dragging this, so this on change is not enough. On move. No. Update. On. These are so different in different programs and different languages. I don't remember. On. No, I don't remember. Let's just leave it like this for now. So what I want to print in the console is not the whole info, but I think it's value. Oh. But why is it like that? Because I specified here 1 as the maximum. Okay, now it works, but I can only put 1, 0 or -1. It snaps somehow. I think there is a step also that can be used to fine-tune this. Yeah, okay. I guess I can work with this. Oh, and I can use the keyboard to move this as well. Okay, so now the thing is, I want this slider to control how the head is going to rotate by first controlling where this point is going to be relative to that. And this is between -1 and 1, so it's going to be maximum 100% or -100% movement that we will allow in the interface. So let's just define this A point somewhere. I'm going to define it at the top somewhere, maybe here. A is equal to something, so this in the beginning, and then I'm just going to write there A for now. So this point is here, and when we move this slider, I want A, according to this, to go left on the X or right on the X. So this would be left on the X from this original location, like mid location, to the far left and far right extremities that we will give. So this x and y is like the initial, like center point. The only thing I'm changing is the x, right? So it's like the initial location, but then let's call another property here x range between, let's say, minus 0.2, something small, and plus 0.2. So this is gonna be an array of 2 elements for this x range. So now what we are doing, updating the point, I'm going to say a dot x is going to be within that x range, give me the value according to this percentage here. So this is between minus 100% plus 100%. And maybe center could be somewhere in the middle. I really want these things to be symmetric, so putting here things like that is kind of too much. Let's just try to put center point and there, and if the value is negative, it's gonna mirror itself to the left, if that makes sense. So I'm only putting things on the right of this center part, and everything else becomes symmetric to the left with the minus values. So AX is going to be, I'm gonna do linear interpolation. So linear interpolation between a dot x range of 0 and a dot x range of 1, using this value as the percentage. So function linear interpolation is very simple. You have just 2 values. Let's call them a and b, or start and end, and a percentage. We can call that t because p usually stands for point. So the function is really easy. It's you take the first value and you add the difference between the end and the start multiplied by this t value. So if t is 0, then this whole thing is 0 and you're just at the starting point. If t is 1, then this difference is going to the minus s from here. I mean, if t is 1, this disappears, and the minus s from here cancels this one, so you're just left with the end point. If this is somewhere in the middle, then this difference is not going to amount as much. So it's basically evenly spacing you values according to this percent here. And if this t is negative, this difference from here actually goes on the other side. So I expect that this will work with the negative values as well. So let me just try this like that, but I won't see any changes here if I'm dragging this, because I'm not redrawing this on every frame. I need to animate this. So I'm going to put this drawMe function inside the function called animate that I'm going to call drawMe on every frame, and request animation frame is the method that does this calling of the animate function again and again and again as fast as it can. So now it still doesn't work. Oh, because I'm not calling the animate function anywhere. But where am I calling drawMe? Okay, so animate here once the image is loaded. Okay. Something bad happens because, yeah, it just draws again and again and again things on the canvas. So I think I'm gonna copy this drawing of the image. Every time we draw us, I also draw the reference image. This image, by the way, will disappear by the end, so that's not something that will stay here. And now it's drawing it on top of each other with these kind of small alphas there. It looks horrible. I will just clear the canvas. I hope this works. No, it doesn't, because we are in this new space right now, so I need to use this. Okay, so it looks as before, but now every time I release here, that A point is actually going to change according to my slider within this range that I allow it. So I told it basically that it can go from 0, which is somewhere here, to 0.2, which is somewhere there. But because linear interpolation works also with the negative value for t that we can give with this slider, I can also have symmetric behavior there as well, which is good, I think. I'm not entirely sure. I don't want everything to be symmetric, but some things I want them to be symmetric. So yeah. So now that I have this A point there, I'm going to try to draw this straight line that we had previously to be controlled by A in some way, like using A as a control point, so that the head tends to rotate a little bit like that. So let's see if we can get that to work. A is now here, and when we draw the head, this is the vertical line here, and I don't want it to be line 2 anymore. I want it to be a quadratic curve 2, where the end point is the same. It's this one at the bottom right there. But the first point here is going to be a.x, a.y. So instead of the line 2, we have a quadratic curve that goes through A. When A is there, it looks like a straight line. But if I'm going to do this, you can see the head tends to rotate at least a little bit, influenced by that control point. So this quadratic curve 2 function, it's actually poorly named because there's also another function called Bezier curve 2 that has 2 control points. And it's poorly called, I think, because both of them are Bezier curves. Bezier curves are very general curves, and they can have infinitely many control points. So you can have 1, 2, 3. There is no function in the canvas with 3 points, but you could implement it yourself using Bernstein polynomials or something like that. But yeah, so both of them are Bezier curves. So the fact that there is another one called Bezier curve 2 means that this one would not be, which is kind of, I don't know, bad naming. But when dealing with Bezier curves, it doesn't mean that the curve is going to pass through that point. So this is one thing that people are usually confused about. What it means is that when you start the curve here in the beginning, you start exactly in the direction of this point. So if you draw a tangent from this point, it would go through A. But it's just influenced, and as you're going, the endpoint starts to influence as well. So you don't actually pass through A over there. If my math is right, I think that if you put here instead of ax, ax times 2, then it goes through a, because when you have these quadratic curves, essentially what I'm doing now is my control point here is ax times 2, so it's somewhere here where my mouse is now. And then the curve goes exactly through that value. So the point where, let me just undo this, the point where the curve will pass through closest to this A is actually going to be halfway between where A is and the straight line goes there. So a little bit of math, this might be helpful later when I'm going to do some of these things more carefully. But okay, this is the AX somehow. How about one for the AY as well? So I want to make this line here, the straight line there, also modified by a slider like that. So let me go here in our sliders and define a AY in exactly the same way as previously. And here it's something that I really want to change something. So this update point, I really want to say that this is just the X element, X attribute needs to change, and this one has to change its Y attribute. I don't really like this function here. Let's see later if it becomes better. But now update point attribute. So the attribute A of X. So this here, I can also write it like this and it should work. But now instead of that hard-coded string, I'm going to put here the attribute is going to be not very good. I think what we will do is so I want a Y range as well. Let's say 0 and 0.4, just to test and to see that they are different. But I need to be able to specify where I want this interpolation to happen. So now this attribute, yeah, let's just say here for now switch based on the attribute, and case X, then A of X is equal to that, break, and A of Y is gonna be with Y range here. So I wanted to do this with a single line, but I think this is also clear, at least for now. Let's see later what happens if this kind of code structure is good. So what happens now, we have two sliders, and this other one controls the movement vertically somehow. But there is a problem here because 0 point is not where this thing is from previously. And maybe this is actually a good thing. Let me think about that. But of course I could change this. So this line, this horizontal line here, it's at this location. So if I'm going to put the Y range like that, then 0 is fine there, but yeah. Let me try to have these steps more fine for this one. I have a feeling there is something wrong with the math here. So let me just move this with my keyboard. No, it looks pretty good. So with my keyboard, A is moving. Yeah, it's moving quite well. I don't know why I expected to be a jump there somewhere. Let me try to make this even smaller. It looks quite smooth there. Yeah, okay. Everything seems to be just fine. Yeah, it's good. The math is good. I don't know why I thought different. So, so with A there, this looks good now, but the horizontal line should be now controlled by A. And let's do it so that I do the same kind of quadratic curve to here, going to the bottom, so from the top to the bottom, and the same control point as previously, A. A controls both of those curves. So now you can see somehow the head seemingly 3D-ish, but some things here I just don't like. For example, I actually want those curves to go through A, but that's not gonna be so easy to do, I think. Let me see. I don't want necessarily this to happen, and I don't think that it will happen exactly. Yeah, I don't want actually to complicate it like that, but horizontally I think the movement is good, but vertically it's way too much. So when I wrote here at the top, the Y range going from this to that, this value is just too much, way too much. So I'm gonna put here maybe also 0.2 as the other one. Let's see now how it looks like. So left, right, and like that. And this one here, still too much. I don't want to have so exaggerated movement. I just want to give a little idea of 3D. This is not going to be a 3D space with X, Y, and Z. It's just going to be some locations, like some keyframes when the character is looking left, when the character is looking right, and then interpolating between those somehow. So it's one technique that is used in animation quite often, but here I'm coding it instead, which is actually not very often in practice. So up and down, it's actually way too much. I'm gonna put here maybe 0.1. I think this is just great. So good enough movement there. And left and right, yeah, something like that. So question is, yeah, okay. And then the things that will somehow color the face and give it hair and things like that will also be influenced in the same way as this A point somehow. So that would be overall the idea. There are a few things that I don't like yet. For example, moving your head up doesn't just rotate it like this, if I can try to mimic this. Your head actually moves a little bit upwards, so these points here And this point here should also be affected by these sliders. Otherwise, it just looks very robotic and not very realistic. And same goes for left and right. Especially left and right, because you can see the chin is really going off from the center of the body when you do that. So these points need to have ranges as well as this A point that we are somehow now. I'm considering this A point as a point that the character is looking at if it's quite in front of the character. So it has some sliders there to control that, but the whole head shape is going to be affected as well, not just this center point of the face. It's yeah, so that's what we are going to try to do next. And I'm going to define these points, give them labels as well as A is here. So let's see, I'm gonna name this point maybe B, C, D, E, or something like that. So let's define these points as well. And I'm just going to start with one of the points, maybe B. And this one is going to be this location from here, the first move to that we do there. So I'm going to cut this, say here b.x, b.y, and put the values here, so 0 and minus 0.77. And there is going to be also a range for x. We will figure out what those are, what that is, and also a y for that. But let's just put these values to be minus 0.77, minus 0.77. So essentially the range is null and 0, 0. So now x is between 0 and 0, and y is between minus 77, minus 77. So there's no range there. I just put it as a default value. So just to get it to appear somewhere first. And let's put also B, like that. So B is there. The sliders don't affect B at the moment at all. Because also this draw point is something, I mean update point is something that only updates point A. So not good code here. I really need to think about this just in a second. But before that, this B is 0 and minus 0.77. Let's see if these points are still somewhere. So this is B right here, definitely. I think those are the only ones, this one here and this one here. So let's just put there bx, by. And now in this update point function, I need to be able to specify somehow which is the point. So let's put here b, that's the point I want to modify. I send it as a parameter like that. Sorry, first one is a actually. Okay, and here in the update point, I could say point, so which one is going to be, but now I need a way to access this. So we could put actually all of these inside of an object called points, maybe live points. They are points that move. And this object is going to have an attribute called A. and an attribute called b. I don't know if this is better yet, but I need to update the code depending on what I am looking and feeling when I'm designing this. So this is not the typical waterfall way of developing things. It's quite agile, and you think what you need to change according to what you want to achieve there. So now live points actually, and every time I'm using A or B like this, or I could actually destructure this, I think, and have references for A and B. Let's see, const A, B is equal to live points. Maybe. Does this fix my problem? Live points is not iterable. No, not that. So, this is not an array. Okay, A is still moving even though I did this change right here. But then I want in the update point to take not A here, but the live points, let's call this point P, is live points of point, which is a string. So this point here is a string, and it's specified here which point are we changing by the slider. Let's actually also have here A and B like labels so that we... Oh, no. It's not A and B, it's AX. Oh boy. AX, AY. No, what am I doing? This is not even A anymore. Let's just keep these A, X and Y. So this ID here, it's actually not used anywhere. But this is not update point, it's update points now. Yes, it's update points now. All the points need to update according to the value of these sliders. And this slider controls the X and the other one controls the Y. So let me even remove this ID from here because it's confusing now and we don't seem to need it. So what we do now is go through all the live points. So and each of them have their own ranges, right? So this is now update points, and for each point in there, I'm going to switch depending on the attribute, and p.x. So at first it's going to be A, and then it's going to be B, and both of them have a range on X and a range on Y, and the ranges will eventually be different. So let's see if this code works. Okay, some problem there. Yeah. For each, this would need to be an array, I think. Let's see how the for in loop for let be in live points. I really don't remember all of the ways that these for loops work, but Okay, so this is point ID, like A in that case, and here I'm gonna say the point P is gonna be live points of PID. So I don't use array, but yeah, okay, so X is okay, Y is okay. Let me just add a line break there at the top. Okay, and I think they can be a little bit to the right, so something like that, too much. Okay. Great. So let's try now to modify this B as well. So code should work, we just have to change these ranges here. Like if I'm gonna put a 0.02 range for B, you can see B is moving now in that same kind of as much as A is moving actually. And all the lines connected to B are also adapting according to the control points, the same control points that we had earlier. And you can see the shape here is not great. It's not like a real head would look like. But I have some other ideas for drawing the head on top of that, and I think it's gonna be fine. But one thing is, I do want B to somehow move like that, but not as much. So maybe I'm gonna put here 0.1. And now when A is going in that way, B is moving less. So I don't really know if B needs to move like that, honestly, because the top of the head does stay in the same place. But I think I do want it to move vertically with the Y. So it could be that I'm gonna just put here range 0, 0, like that, or something very, very small. Sometimes small values make a big difference in how everything feels. So it may not seem like something, but it does. So now I'm not really doing any 3D stuff or realistic movement. It's more like using animation principles and things like that to make the movement more appear organic to somebody who knows some kind of things about drawing objects there. And I don't want anything to be perfect, but to look good. So many things are like that, especially in animation. You exaggerate and you emphasize some things that don't normally happen in the real world. Okay, so let's try the vertical one as well. So from this value here, let's give it a value of -8, 0.8, and just see what happens. Okay, it's opposite as opposite. Yeah, it's opposite. So I want 0.7 there. So now that B point is also updating, but it's too much, maybe 0.772. I just want a little bit of head lowering when the character is looking downwards. So again, a little bit goes a long way. And same for the upwards position. Maybe 7.3 is actually even better. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Okay, and it's also supporting this a little bit. Okay, and now this chin. This is something that moves much more because it's pointing out like what chins do. So let's try to do that point next, and it's this one right here. So let's extract point c.x, c.y, and I'm just going to duplicate this line here. With C, and there is a plus value here, 0.46, and the ranges, again, I'm going to start, or let's give this a value. Let's actually make it 2, because center of the face and the chin kinda are on the same plane, I think. And the Y range, yeah, 0.46, and let's just give this, let's keep it like this for now and modify it later. So the C point, C, appears there with 0 and 0.46, but it also appears here. Is this the only place where the chin appears? How is it possible? Because, okay, we're drawing this way, so then we don't have to move to. Yes, okay. So it's only one time here. C.x, C.y. And an error. C is not defined, because here where I'm doing this destructuring, so that I do have easy access for this A, B, and C points, and I don't have to always write live points dot A, B, C. So this destructuring is something I'm probably gonna forget very often. But now we have A, B, B, C, A, B, C. And yeah, you can see that A and C are somehow, C is definitely looking more like a chin now when you're rotating, and I'm really happy with this. I think I like this shape of the head that we have now. Okay, and vertically C is not moving, and this is something that needs to change. I think it should move similar to A. The place that you are looking in your face, yeah, I think it should move as much as A, pretty much. Let's see. So A is moving, okay, quite much. Let's try to put here 66. It's too much, I think. It's not horrible, but let's just put 62. So the thing is, because these are on a plane, the bottom part shouldn't move as much as the top part. So this is a bit of a problem we are having now. I like how it looks like when the face is looking upwards, because the chin tends to let the neck visible and this part from here. But when it's, I mean, this position, but when it's going downwards, this becomes way too pointy. Like the chin actually disappears under the nose and doesn't expand that much. So I have a problem here. This whole way of doing things just doesn't seem to work properly in this case. Whew. I could do something of a 2 ranges, a negative Y range, and the positive range. Maybe we try to do that. It won't be very realistic, but we see if there are consequences. Y negative range, so this is going to be to 0. Let's say 40. And here, where we are doing these updates, we check to see if the value is less than 0. Very complicated stuff. So let's say const value is if the info value is less than 0. No. I want the X range. I want the Y range. So Y range to use. If the value is less than 0, then use negative range. Otherwise, range. Y range. I don't like what I'm doing now, but at least to get something that works, and then we'll think about restructuring a bit later. So here I just take that value and this only in the case that negative range exists. So if b.y negative range, because all the other points are working just perfectly now. So the only issue I have now is because of the face and the 3D way that faces look like, I can't model this mathematically with such simple linear interpolation techniques. It needs to behave differently when going up than when going down. So let's say here let y range and value, and now this y range is going to be that. So actually y range equals to that, but if the negative range exists, then it's going to change, and value is going to be info.value, but here if the negative range exists, we actually want the value to be the absolute value of the value. I think I will see if this works. Okay, what happened? Did anything happen? So let me put a negative range that just doesn't change. So something like this. Okay, everything is opposite. Oh, yes, because y goes downwards. So the range, let's just keep it 46, and this one 62. Actually 62 minus 46, so and then 46 minus 16, 30. So this is actually 0.3 here. Okay, so upwards movement is fine, but then downwards movement, at some point C becomes I really want to use some kind of a mathematical function like the sine here. I don't know how to code this so nicely, and I don't know if so much work is needed. But okay, so at least now C is stationary there for the positive values. So what I'm gonna do next is modify this to say maybe 50. So, okay. So somehow now C doesn't move as much when going downwards. But actually, maybe I wanted to move even opposite direction. Let's just play around with this a little bit. So I think that this is actually a more natural movement when characters are looking downwards, because the chin just disappears somehow. So I'm overcomplicating this, I think. But yeah, let's leave it like this now. And let's try the other one. Okay, I think this looks good. Good, this is fine. Maybe 4-2 there. Looks a little nicer. Yeah, okay. So a lot of time went to fine-tuning these things, but I think that we are onto something. And I kind of like this structure that we are having now, and the fact that I can move the character in these different directions. No, I don't think this is great. I think let's try again with the positive, bigger value there. Yeah. Yeah, from the side you actually would like to see the chin continuing to move downwards. It's really tricky. It's not going to be fantastic, and I think that I'm going to limit this movement a bit more eventually. Like maybe not allow the sliders to go all the way. I really think that you don't need the most extreme values for the slider to get a nice looking animation there, and even values here in between are going to be good enough. And we may not even need this crazy stuff here with the Y negative range there. It's just way too much work and too many things to worry about. Code will become also difficult. Yes. But or let's leave it for now and worry about it a bit later. And I will have also a meeting in about half an hour, so let's see what is the next step going to be. How about I try to draw the face, like the eyes, for example. Maybe that's one challenging thing that really needs to get done. So maybe if I focus on that one for half an hour, I have enough time, I hope. So all of these things that we did now are probably going to be things that will be deleted at some point. They are just reference points, but then at some point they will be replaced by actual skins and make the character look like that, a reference drawing. And then we remove that reference drawing, of course. Okay. So let's have here the head, and inside of the head I'm going to make a function draw eyes. Okay, and I want these eyes to be somehow very much influenced by where A is, right? Yes. So let's put here A as a point that we will be doing this eyes relative to, and I'm going to do here function draw eyes, a reference point, and let me just make the eye that is going to be on the right side here. So I'm going to begin a path and move to some location there, draw some curve for the top part. Eye is very complicated actually. Oh boy. Oh boy. What did I get myself into? Let's just draw the white part of the eye first. So yeah, we're gonna start at this point, but these will be relative to A somehow. So now I want to click on the points, I mean measure here coordinates relative to this A location. So just temporarily I'm going to modify my function for printing the coordinates here so that we have offset x is going to be x minus a dot x and y is going to be y minus a dot y. So now we get here offset dot x and offset dot y, and that means that clicking on A here is gonna be pretty much 0. Very good. Okay, so relative to A, I'm going to start clicking on some locations now. So this point right here, okay, and then I'm gonna do a quadratic curve with this control point and to here, and then another quadratic curve to here, and another quadratic curve to here, and another quadratic curve to here. So quite many points here that I'm listing in the console. So let me clear this text somehow. I'm going to align this and oh, I didn't select all of them. So these are the points, and first I actually want to translate the canvas. Before that I want to also save the context, so save. My language changed in the keyboard. Translate to the reference X and the reference Y, so this is going to be A, and just to remember at the end we also need to restore to the last state, the canvas. And here we begin a path and we say move to this location. Yes. And then quadratic curve to, I just copied this, using this control point to this location. Let me actually cut these that I'm using already so that I don't make mistakes. And then another control point to this location. And then another control point to this location. What did I do wrong? Let's undo everything. Okay, so this was the first, I remove it. So then you have control point to this location, control point to this location, control point to this location, and control point to this location. Okay, and maybe we want a stroke or actually a white fill, but okay, something is there. It's not perfect. I think the last click that I did needs to be actually perfect to the one in the beginning. And I don't like this control point from here. It should be higher up, so I just moved it a bit. Okay, and a little bit to the left, I think I want it to be. So 5. Okay, it's not that bad. And of course this is now going to move with A, but you can see it's not really great. The way it's gonna move with A needs to depend also on this slider in a way, but it's something. It's kind of like how yeah, it's kind of like how glasses would look like on a person. I think you could easily make glasses in this way. Let's actually try to consider glasses. Maybe, I don't know. I don't want glasses on this character, I think. So this is just one eye. Let's add another function here, draw eye, like this, and move the code from here to here, and say now draw eye. So everything should be as before, but if I'm gonna copy this, no, let's say scale -1, 1. So I'm scaling on the horizontal axis, basically flipping according to A, to the A point. Then I'm getting here reverse. Okay, begin path needs to go here. There was some strange artifact there. And now this kind of looks like the character has glasses, not eyes, because the eye is somehow getting away from the out of the face. I really like what we are doing here. I just hope this is possible to follow along. I think I'm definitely gonna publish this video. It's gonna be long and some of the things may not be clear, but comment below if you need some explanation about what I'm doing. Yeah. So let's actually have a function here called drawGlassEye. drawGlassEye. I will comment that it's not used. And now what I want to do is when we are drawing the eyes, actually make these a little better so that the eye doesn't go out of the screen like that. So what I want to do is on the positive value of this x, I want to squish this eye like that somehow. So when I'm drawing the eyes, I don't need just a reference point, but I need also the x value there. So how can I get it reasonably well? I could store it inside of A as the value. Let's just do that. So p.x offset is equal to value. So this is what is going to happen here. And all of them will start having x offsets and y offsets equal to the value. So it's just one way that I can do to pass this 0.6 value of my slider there from here to the point. And now this reference point that I have here has this x offset as well. So draw an eye with the reference x offset, and this x offset is actually going to translate into the scale of the eye. Let's just do one eye first, and let's call this value scale, this parameter scale x, and let's say here ctx scale, one minus scale x. And this is going to be something like a value there. Let's multiply it by something. Let's just see what happens. Oh. Okay, this horizontally, but vertically I don't want anything, at least not yet. So I just put 100% scaling vertically. And now, okay, not what I want. So the scaling, yeah, the scaling that I'm doing here also needs to be restored afterwards, after we draw that. Otherwise it affects the other eye as well, and we don't want that. So I'm gonna do this. And now it affects only that eye, but it's affecting way too much. So I want it to affect less. So this is why I mean here, maybe multiply this by 0.3, like that. And now the eye scales well, but here in the negative value, it's still scaling it's stretching it more than the other eye, and we don't want that. I think that I only want this to happen for positive offsets. So let's just put here math math max, the maximum value of 0 and the x offset, and let's see what happens. Yeah, so now the eye doesn't stretch anymore. I think it's kind of like what happens. It does maybe get a little bit smaller when you do this, but not very much. The other one really becomes much smaller because of how the geometry of the face is. It starts to go behind the eye, and also the nose goes in front of it. So that's something that we will need to think about. So when the eye shrinks horizontally like this, it's good, I think. And we can put here a bigger value, I think maybe 0.4. Yeah, I think this looks great. So the other one, we'll see at the end some fine-tunings if we're going to change this in some way. But okay, so how about the value here? It's also needed. So for the other eye, when the head turns like this one should also squish. So now we have negative values there. Let's just put minus here, I think. Yeah, so that one squishes like that, and the other one squishes like that. And we see if we need to do anything for those cases when this is a negative and this is a positive there at the end. But for now, I like the way that this looks like, and yeah, I think that this is pretty good. So let me try to shape these eyes a bit more. I'm going to draw... actually, I'm curious how it looks like with the glass eye as well. So this one doesn't need the scaling. I'm just going to put here, draw a glass eye on top of one eye, and draw the other glass eye. What happened? Why it doesn't work? Oh, in the beginning everything is perfect there. No, it doesn't look that great. I thought it would look somehow nice. They would need some more adjustments, I think so. But okay, couple of things. Let's just remove and leave it as unused, and maybe we adjust them later if we want glasses, but I don't really like the idea. The stroke here seems to be affected horizontally. It's somehow the line thickness here at the bottom seems to be thicker than here. I think that if I do the stroke after the restore, yeah, I don't get that effect anymore, which is great. I think it's great. Okay, now vertically the eyes could also do something. I think they should squish slightly. So let's just put here ref.y offset, and here as well. And this is going to be scale y. Okay, And here, 1 means nothing is gonna happen, but I want to, if the scale y is something, I want to make it smaller, so it's gonna be minus a fraction of this, so scale y times 0.4, and because this is gonna be negative and positive values, but I want only positive here, I'm gonna take the absolute value of that. So nothing seems to happen. Let me take the value from here and log it. I don't think anything is happening, but the values are good. So let me call these vertical squish is equal to this, which should work, but it doesn't. And horizontal squish, this one works already. Wow, something bad happens there. Or oh, this. No, now I lost the X behavior. But the Y behavior works. What is happening? Aha. No, something is very weird. It seems to squish the eyes, but not the first time I'm moving. What is happening? So the X offset should be good. Let's print A here. X offset. It's nothing, but then I move Y a little bit. Aha, I think I know. So these offset values, they should be something in the beginning. Otherwise there is not a number there or undefined or something, and it's causing some problems. So let me put X offset is 0 and Y offset is 0 in the beginning, and we just use the ones from A at the moment, but maybe we need the others at some point. I don't know. So now, yeah, Y works just fine as I expected to, and here, yeah, this eye gets squished in the other way. And that one like that. Some things I don't like in these extreme pose, but I will probably not let it go all the way there. So something like this is just fine. And some rotation may be needed also to adjust these, but this I'm gonna do later. Again, it's just something for what looks good eventually. So seems like I guessed the values quite well for the vertical movement. I really like how that one happens. Here, not sure if this would look better if everything here would be rotating a bit. But when we have everything in the drawing, then we will decide these things. Now it's just the shape of the eyes, really. So what I'm gonna do now is yeah, what I'm gonna do now it's good, I like it. Okay, so let's make the eye look like the actual eye in the drawing. I still have about 15 minutes before I need to take a break. And for that to happen, I'm going to first, instead of doing a stroke here, I'm gonna do a fill. Like this, so these are now white, but let me make it fill style is equal to RGBA 0 for red, green, maximum green, but I'm gonna make it transparent so that I still see the shape behind. All right, this is good, I think. And I'm gonna focus on this right eye again. So there is one line here, one curve going around the eye, and this actually I think we already have the points for that one. So here we started somewhere there and we had a quadratic curve like this. The second quadratic curve might give us what we want here. So I want to draw this black line here. So I'm gonna move to this point, which was the end of the first quadratic curve. So begin path. This restore, I think, can go here now, and stroke. Okay, that was fairly easy. I think it's good, and it doesn't align great with the other one. I'll see later if I add some kind of randomness to somehow make it look more organic. I just hope I have enough time. And maybe this control point could be a little bit lower. I don't know. I think it's just good. So last, I want this, not last, but second last, I want these eyebrows. So let's do the eyebrows next. And this is not gonna be very easy. I'm gonna start somewhere here. And then a control point somewhere here. Another control point, I mean end point of the first curve here. And then a control point maybe here. And another endpoint here. Another control point here. And another endpoint here. And another control point here and another endpoint here. With a little bit of adjustments, we'll see. So these are going to be the shapes of the eyebrows, and I'm going to use fills for them, but a black fill, because I really think that having an organic shape for this is important. I'm not just going to draw a very thick line, which is one way you could do this very quickly. So I'm gonna move this restore to the bottom and begin a new path. Yeah, I think this restore will have to need some thinking. Otherwise, squished lines from previously might be bad. Let's see. But I'm gonna move to the first point from here. And then quadratic curve to here. And then quadratic curve to here. And then quadratic curve to here. And last but not least, quadratic curve to actually the same point we start at. My last click here was not that accurate. So now with that, let's stroke this one too. No, fill. And it's actually green. Let me change it to black fill style. Okay, not great yet, but it's something. And I don't really see everything because of this A point, so let me just hide the point A for now. Eyebrows connecting there, I don't think that's great. So the start point could be more to the right, I think, maybe 8. Oh no, this is this point. I think that one was fine, but actually the last control point, this one, yeah, this could be maybe like that, or even less. Yeah, this is good, I think. Let me comment out the eyes a little bit. No, too close, it will look funny. So these points are not very good there. My clicking was not very accurate, so let me put here, how about the value of 0? It's better, maybe 0.01 or even 0.2. Okay, this is quite good. And this control point here from this one, I think this needs to be more. I mean, less, minus 0.04. Yeah, I think this is good. Why not? It looks quite okay. Some sharp corners around the edges here, but let's try a bit bigger, maybe 6. Okay, it's not bad. I could fine-tune these much more, and I could use that Bezier curve too, which has 2 control points to get rounded corners to be more round. Or there's also the arc2 method, but I don't want to overcomplicate the code. I prefer to use less methods more times, because then it's more obvious what is happening. And it would look undistinguishable, I think. So, okay. It's not bad. So this stroke thing is something that I complained about, that yeah, something will have to be done with this rotation if I consider these extreme sides. But I said that I'm probably happy enough if this will be like the maximum movement range. So it's fine, it's no problem. Okay. I want to get it done and not somehow, how to say, not have nothing to show at the end or an incomplete thing. So I prefer to have it not perfectly polished, but somehow working. And this is quite good, I think so. Let me make these eyes now, or let's draw also the arc for the circle. So for the eye, the dark part of the eye, whatever it is, the iris and the pupil somehow combined here. So this is going to be just a simple circle. Let me put it here, like this. So yeah, and if this stroke is somehow bothering that it squishes here, like I said previously, we can also move this here and do the restore before we do the final stroke there. And I think that this is going to look exactly the same because the line and this part here are both black. So, oh, how is this not giving me an error? Did I? Yeah, anyway, let's see. But an arc. So ctx begin path, ctx arc at 0.17 and 0.09 with a radius of, I don't know, I think I'm just gonna try to guess it, 0 and 0 dot math.pi times 2 and fill here. Oh, I sure guessed it. Very small. Very big. Wow. What? Oh. Okay. Maybe 0.6. Yeah. It's actually not a great idea to use perfect circles like this. I think that having slight ellipses would be better. Again, something that I might polish in the end result. But let me change now this green transparent fill style to white. And now the eyes look kind of like the original eyes, but they are animated in a sense that they are controlled by this movement. The pupils will need to move a little bit different than now. Otherwise, it looks too much like these are not eyes, but stickers that look like eyes glued on top of the face. So when looking up, it's natural that these circles move a little bit upwards and so on. So I will have to think about how that could be done. Again, as a final fine-tuning there. But now this is good for now, and I'm gonna have to go. So I will come back a bit later today and try to do more of these graphical things. I think I want to get it done today, this kind of to get it to look like the original image and also move somehow. And tomorrow I will try to make it maybe talk or something. I don't know yet, and it depends on my speed. So far it's been quite slow, but I think that now I have enough tools with this kind of clicking to get coordinates and whatever. These are quite useful things that I have made, and the eyes now were quite fast to do compared to when we started, so I think things will speed up. Only speed up from now, I hope. Depends what I will try to do later. So I'm gonna stop the recording now and get back in a while. Okay, I'm back now for 3 hours or so, and I think that's all I can do today. I'm getting pretty tired already. So next what I want to do is focus on the beard. So I'm gonna try to draw the beard and also have it go around the face, like when the face is moving, like that. It should wrap around nicely somehow. So the way I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna use the point A from previously, the one here that I commented out previously. So the beard is gonna be drawn relative to this point as well, so similar as what we do with the eyes. I think that that makes the most sense somehow. Let's see. So I have draw eyes here. Let's have also draw beard according to the A reference point. So we have a function, draw beard, and let's have this point called the reference there. And I'm gonna copy part of this code from here for the saving and translating, but this part is not needed. So now I still have activated here. Yeah, these are coordinates relative to A now. Good. So let me click here where this beard starts, and actually I think I'm gonna click here for the starting point. So this is, let me clear the console here and say click here, and a control point should also be somewhere there, maybe here, and the endpoint will be this one. Now from here this changes curvature here, so let me put another control point a bit higher here, and then the final point here is going to be right in the middle. So this is actually supposed to be 0, but my clicking wasn't perfect. So let me copy all of these things right here, and remove those things from there, and say begin path, move to this point, and then quadratic curve to using this control point to this location, and the final one using this control point to this location, like so. And let's stroke this for now, and refresh. Yeah, looks pretty nice, like what I expected. But when we rotate here, it's not that bad. But there is a problem, I think, when we rotate other place here. So similar kind of trick needs to happen as what we are doing with the squishing of this eye. We are also gonna have to squish this beard, I think, if that makes sense. And we said that this is actually 0 here, the last point. Now it touches here perfectly. Okay, so how do we do that squishing? Let's do it a bit later. So now this is fine. And I somehow like how this looks already when turning to one side. This other side, that's where the problem is. Maybe we do it now. Let me see how I did that before I forgot. Okay, we are calculating somehow a value for the... We are using the offset as a scalar only on one side. So maybe we make the beard to be something like draw left beard or something. But anyway, let's see. So scale x is gonna be that one, and I'm just gonna copy this horizontal scaling for here from here. Like so, and vertical just 100% for now, so I'm not gonna squish it in any way. Refresh. Something is wrong. I'm squishing it now, but I shouldn't. This should happen on the other side. This is happening because now I'm drawing this left side here, but we were working with this eye primarily, and this was just a mirrored part. So I should actually work with the beard on the right side. I forgot what I'm doing. So I'm just gonna mirror these coordinates by putting here plus, 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 plus. And now the beard is there. And when we rotate like this, nothing happens to it. It still looks pretty much the same. On the other side, it does get squished a bit, but not enough. I think it needs to be squished even more, or something needs to happen to this control point here. I think this control point is somehow too much going outside there. So that the control point there is the one here, and let me see if I can make this like that. It doesn't seem to affect much. Okay, now it affects way too much. Okay, I think this looks pretty good. Okay, and yeah, let's check actually also vertically what happens. So some squishing needs to happen there as well, definitely. Yeah. Okay, and the other way, this is quite good, I think, already. So the vertical squishing, let's actually do it in the same way as here for now, and adjust it somehow. So the vertical squishing, something to do with this scale y. So scale y is just the offset. We don't do that only on one side, at least not just yet. So vertical squishing, I mean, scale y is equal to just that offset, and let's put this value here. And now, yeah, the beard gets squished somehow, but it's not great, I think. And this is somehow too much, so we don't want it to be like that, I think so. And the other scalar, the horizontal, I think needs to be bigger, maybe 0.5. So now what happens? Okay, it's not good. The line goes inside the eye. I think 0.45 is nice. Yeah, that's good. And when going downwards like this, the slider just goes way too much. So I think that I'm gonna limit these sliders to go from minus 0.5 to minus 0.5 there. And the same for the positive. So that the movement is not so extreme and that the 3D characteristics of the face don't interfere so much. Yeah, and this one, yeah, I think that's just fine. Not perfect, but somehow I like the feeling of it. I don't think they should be linear interpolations, but something else. But I'm quite happy with this at the moment. Yeah. And so we started up here. Now we got here. And I'm going to actually connect this right part of the face. So I'm going to go around it and connect it back here. So let me add another line to here, and then a line too. So I'm going to keep these as straight lines here. They are maybe small curves, but I'm just gonna have a lot of line 2s here. And the last one is going to be a curve to this point. Should use the same height for this one. And then connect back to the starting point. So all of these line 2, but the last one is going to be a quadratic curve too. So going back to the beard. And I'm gonna say here CTX line to this one, and many other line 2s. Okay, let's close these like so. And finally, one quadratic curve 2, using this control point to this location, the last one. But here I want the same y value as we started, which is the same. It's great. I clicked perfectly this time. And I do want another line to the beginning, or I can also call close path, I think, and it should do the connection probably. Let's see. What is that? What is happening? I'm missing a point. Here. Oh no, the control point. Did I click here before? I think I didn't. This was the control point that I need to do. So this control point was here, and another line to this one other point that I clicked earlier, I think. And this is just 0 here. Let's keep it as such. Okay, now this looks a bit better. Okay, good. And how does it look like? So rotating like this looks quite nice. Like that doesn't look nice. So here I want this point to actually extend all around the face now, so that the beard covers everything. So I'm gonna do that by working with this x offset. So if the x offset is negative, then these 2 points, basically the control point and this other this point and the control point there, need to be different, need to move further away to keep the shape of the beard proper. So I'm gonna define those points as something. So do I want to use the linear interpolation and the range here? Probably. So these would be initial starting points. And then where did I use this lerp previously? Okay. So we will define a new point. We have A, B, C. Let's make D here. So D is going to be this value here. No, I think I just call it here constant outermost point for the sides. So let's have that one be equal to an x value and the y value, and the x here is going to be this, and the y is going to be this. So our last point here will be outermost point x and outermost point y. But if I refresh this, it should look the same. But now when we move like this, our outermost point is going to be depending on the opposite of this offset, but scaled somehow, and also not affecting here like that. So only when that thing moves, let's moves to the left, so only when it's negative. That means that minus math minimum of this offset and 0. Let's put 0 in the beginning. So I only keep the negative value, and I multiply that by 0.4. A bit too much, I think. 0.3 maybe. I think I want to keep it seemingly in the same position. So let's try 0.2. I think I'm happy with that, how it looks like. And the control point, I think control point is not bad. Let's see what happens when we move this one also. Okay. Okay, so now when moving upwards like this, we want our bottom point here to actually go down quite much. So all the bottom part here should be black now. So when the y offset is negative, yeah, something similar to this, minus minimum of the y offset times probably something more here, like 3 or so. Oh, I'm moving this point, so it's not good. Okay, outermost point just stays the same, and let's call this rightmost point. Rightmost point and bottommost point. So bottommost point is the one that is here, this one, and 0 for x, like this. And here we don't need to change that one. So the bottommost point needs to be before this one. And I just put here bottommost point x and bottommost point y. So yeah, now the beard is definitely continuing more than before. It's a big space here now. I think I can get this scalar to go more, maybe 4. Good, but I think I also want this control point to be affected somehow. So I will call it control point. And it will be this thing right here. So let me copy this and say control point x, control point y, like this. And now for this one, it also needs to go low like this, but maybe not as much, let's see. So it will depend on the y as well. Yes, I think this shape here is much nicer now. It's good. And when turning like this, I actually think I want to, yeah, it should cover the neck here. So for the control point, we move it also like this. So let's see what happens. Yeah, now this covers the neck as well quite nicely. It's fine. I like it. I think it's good. So now that we have this beard on one side done, I'm gonna do it on the other side in the same way. Let's try also with the other. Yeah, something weird happens with the eyes there when moving really fast, but I don't actually know if they should squish so much. Maybe not even at all. Let me remove, make the eyes squish a bit less vertically. So here when drawing the eyes vertically, vertical squish, let's put this 0.3 there. Even 0.2, I think it doesn't need to be so noticeable. And this might apply also to the beard as well. I think now they're somehow out of sync. I need to adjust these values a little bit. So this bottommost point, too much going now. And I think the control point as well. Yeah, I think it's fine. So let me now extract all of these things that we did here in the same way that we did for the eye. So we are passing here some values for these offsets. For scale X and scale Y. So let's say function draw beard, draw half beard, and scale X, scale Y. So very similar to the other function for draw eye or half eyes, if that makes any sense. So what we are gonna do is say here draw half beard with this for scale X and this for scale Y. And we also need some other stuff here. The minimum of 0 and X offset, this is actually the same as our scale X. So here I can actually replace with that. And the minimum of 0 and Y offset, this is something we don't have. So the bottommost point scalar. I might call these something like an anchor or something. I'm not sure what would be the proper term, but let's say beard scalar, or no. It's something there. So draw half beard, bottom. The bottom scalar will be the last thing here. So minimum between 0 and Y offset. So bottom scalar, bottom scalar, and I'm just going to put these one under the other for better readability. And yeah, let me just copy everything here like so, put them in the new function, and scale X doesn't need to be defined here anymore. The squish is still good. Scale Y is here now, and this bottom scalar is going to be a third parameter for stretching the beard down to cover the neck. Let's refresh, and everything still seems to work. Okay. Oh, something is wrong there. It's completely opposite here. So I messed up something. Scale X. Okay, I'm missing something there. I think it was a minimum of... minus this. And let's rename these. This will be vertical scalar, and the last one will be horizontal scalar. So this horizontal scalar is actually gonna be here. I shouldn't have renamed to scale X. I think it was a different value there. I hope. No. Or maybe. Was it plus? I think some minus plus thing here is gonna fix it somehow. No, I think it was minus, but here without the minus. Yeah, okay, now it's good. This stretches out like that. Okay, great. So we have draw half beard. How was the code doing the eyes? It was scaling something and then drawing the other eye with the minus here. So let's do the scaling here. And the other half of the beard, really horizontally is what everything matters. I think vertically they behave the same. So maybe putting it in both places is correct. Okay. I don't know what happens there. Something strange happens there. Maybe the last one doesn't need the minus. Somehow I'm tired now and I don't... No, not there. Okay. I just hope that I don't need to do the math and it magically works. But something is wrong, so... am I restoring properly? So draw half beard, we have a scale. We don't have a restore. So here we have draw the eye, starting with the save, restore and stroke. So draw half beard. Let's save this. And I hope this is correct. Restore and stroke. Okay, this looks good. And vertically. Oh yeah. I'm quite happy with this. I think some things could be much better, but this is nice. I really like it. And notice that the lines I drew in the beginning, those are just some kind of reference, and I'm really looking at these new lines that I'm drawing now and at the animation. So maybe I draw the beginning lines gray somehow. So the draw body and the draw head line stroke color. Is it stroke color? No, stroke style. I think gray. Yeah, but after I do that, I make it black again. So this is now for this head lines here, they are gray. Light gray. Too light. Gray is just fine. So they are not as striking as the other ones. And I'm gonna do the same for the body. So draw the body like that and black there. After we, oh, what happened? No, before, I'm not in the right function, am I? It's draw beard. I want draw body. So for the draw body, so that it's not so in our face here, and we look at just the emphasized lines. So now when we are looking at the dark lines, we see the character moving as he should be moving. Now the nose is something that I want to do next, and it's kind of silly because in the original nose, like let me actually comment out everything for now. So here the nose is somehow like it's broken to the side when the character is looking forwards, but it looks kind of okay. I don't think we can do something like this now. The nose will look somehow different. Needs to look somehow different. And it could be weird when you see the character from the front, but let's see. I'm gonna draw the nose as a straight line, actually. So I need 2 points, and this control point, let's see. Not a straight line, I'm gonna draw it with the curve. So let's say here, something like that. And I'm going to say CTX. This should also be, yeah, it's relative to A. I didn't change that clicking function yet. Let's make it draw nose. Sorry, we're still in the head. So in the head, draw nose relative to A again. So function draw nose, reference point, and CTX begin path. CTX move to 0, 0.2. CTX quadratic curve 2 using minus 0.05, 0.27 to go to 0. Actually 0. I just clicked wrong. It should be the same vertical in the middle, and 0.34. Yeah, and CTX stroke like that. I don't know what happened. I need the translating also, so I forgot this code right here. We need to translate to the reference point before we do that, and restore when we are done with that. Okay, now this is the nose here, a little bit different shape than before, and I don't like it. So this bottommost point needs to be a bit higher, let's say 3, and this control point more to the side. I clicked on it, I should have clicked outside of it, if you remember how Bezier curves work. And it looks kind of too roundish, I don't like it. I think it needs to be also lower. A bit better, and maybe just 0.9 here. I think this is okay. Maybe I use the Bezier also, but later in the fine-tuning if I still have energy for it. So it looks okay-ish, maybe not really great in that side, and then in the other side it's pretty much horrible. So this is why we need to modify this control point. So this is the tip of the nose. Tip of the nose is gonna be having an X and a Y, and the X is going to depend on this X offset. So let's just say here ref.x offset, and probably we have to scale it down a lot, but anyway, and the Y is going to be same as here, I think, like that. So here we just put tip.x and tip.y, like this. And what's wrong here? Is equal to a new object like that. So now the nose is a line, which is not really great, but at least it's okay. Yeah, so this needs to be less emphasized now. So a fraction of this X offset. I'm gonna leave it as a line for now, even though I want to do something about it later. I want to think about some better style for the nose maybe, but at least a line is something that we can deal with, and it's not bad. I think a Bezier curve here would be better, like that one that has two control points, and do something about the line to do. Okay, great. Now let's do the top part, and I got this idea while I was on the break previously, that I want to have the hair quite dynamic, like when the character moves his head, the hair moves realistically somehow. So I'm now just gonna make a black shape around here, and I'm gonna draw these spikes only later, if that makes sense. I'm gonna draw them using some physics. So when the character, for example, moves his head like this, the hair is going to be affected by these by those physics there. And I notice now a problem here at the beard. These lines there, the previous second to last line 2 has to have an X of 0. What happens there? Draw beard. This one. Oh no, what happened? No, after that, this one. This has to be 0. Yeah, and the beards don't need to be stroked, they need the fill. So, and not white fill, it looks like Santa Claus. I need to put CTX fill style to black. So I forgot those parts. Okay, much better now. Nice. And yeah, let's do the top part of the head next. top part of the hair, this black part, and then do the physics somehow. Let's see. So I really think I'm overcomplicating myself, but it doesn't look so realistic, and I think it needs more personality somehow. So that physics is gonna make things much nicer. I hope. Let's see. So. Half hair is going to be the thing that is going to be drawn here somehow to do the top shape of the head of some black lines here basically. Yeah, and it should continue with the beard, at least on this side, and then maybe I'm gonna make these crazy things there, these shapes as well. I wonder if it's a good idea or not. I think it's not a great idea. Let's just pretend I have a very small haircut, like very short hair, just coloring the head for now, and think what to do with those later. So draw beard, draw hair, also with A as the reference point, I think. Yeah, we didn't really need B and C. We would need them if we want to rotate the head like this, but I don't want to do that. It's just too much work, too much trouble now. So this is just really fine by me. I kind of like, we forgot about the nose when it's connected to scaling the nose vertically. We forgot that, but I kind of like it that it connects to the beard only when pointing down or when pointing up like this. It somehow gives more personality. I think it's a mistake that I want to keep. So, okay, let's do the head part. What? Oh, draw hair, not defined. Yes. So I'm gonna copy draw beard pretty much like this, and call it draw hair, and it's gonna be draw half hair and draw half hair. And now I'm going to copy draw half beard and make it like that, but change the coordinates somehow. So let's see if we can do both at once, even though I have a bad feeling about this. So draw half beard now becomes draw half hair, and move to, so this point, yeah, air conditioner makes some strange noise here. So this case is so draw half hair. This point is this point here, so I definitely want to keep it. The next one, I would like to draw a line to somewhere here, but with a very big curve like that. So let's have here a control point, maybe here, and here the center point. So quadratic curve to, and I should draw the right side always. So the right side is the base and the other one is reflected. So this is plus 0.47. 47 and minus 0.44. And here we have a 0 and a minus 0.44. Really, I clicked on the same Y. Okay, so this is now going like that. And I want to go also upwards, up to this point right here, which is point B. So the next It's actually going to be a line too, a vertical line to b, I think. So b.x and b.y. No need for this part. And then going back down from b to this outer connecting part at least. So a quadratic curve too, and a control point maybe here, and that point I'm gonna have to copy from somewhere, but let's just click it for now. So this is gonna be the control point, and the last one is going to be the rightmost point. So it's complicated with some scalar and things like that. So let's just do this and put here rightmost point x and rightmost point y. Maybe no need for control points. We see later. We might have to adjust this when the rotations happen. And close path so that the small line here gets drawn also. And let's have it fill as before and refresh the page. Oh my. Oh. Oh boy. The B is not good anymore because remember I'm giving here relative to A, so I need a new point. I'm just gonna put a dot here, minus 0.57. So 0 and minus 0.57. So that's why the pointy head is there, like that. I think it can be even higher up. So minus 0.6, 65. Okay, let's disable A, B, and C so that I see something there. I don't think we're gonna need B and C for much. Let's see, maybe later. But I'm gonna disable code printing them there now so that I see what is happening here. A little bit of a pointy tip here, but I don't mind. The inside part is great, the outside part is not good. And something weird happens here, so not much weird happens there. But I do need this control point to be further away. So something like that. And I have a feeling this one needs to be somehow this control point, and it may need to be tailored in the same way for this rightmost point. Yeah, maybe a bit too much, let's say 60. I think that's good. And let's make it higher up, like also 0.6, both of these. I think it's this is fine. Okay, and the Y value, yeah, I'm quite happy with this, I think. I somehow don't like that it's getting so squished there, but like here it's squishing the forehead. Yeah. Anyway, it's fine. I think we will need to use B and C eventually. Maybe, we see. Okay. But something is really wrong like this. Like if somebody is moving their head down like that, you expect this part to stay up, to somehow, a lot of black hair needs to be there. So moving head down like this should have that effect, that that part doesn't go down. So when we draw this, we have the rightmost point for this connection, and we also have this is the starting, then we have the curve here. Let's say this is good. And then the line to here, this point. This is something that is not great at the moment. So this needs to be somehow with this vertical squish, maybe. No. So there is some squishing here happening. Let's disable it because I forgot exactly what it's doing. Okay, this actually looks much better now, but we do need something. Yeah, this looks much better now, but we do need something for keeping this point up there, and probably also controlling this control point a bit. So I think we need something similar to, yeah, let's just go and look at the beard again. And the bottommost point, we will need something like a topmost point. So topmost point, and this is gonna be this value here. So maybe that, and let's move this like so, this one here where it's needed, and topmost point X and topmost point Y like this. So now this is good, I like it, apart from these control points that need to be done, but it also needs to continue to happen. So this vertical scalar from there, I think should happen all the time. So we have here this one, and I'm using a minimum value there. What happens if I just put the offset? I'm doing it just on the right side, but yeah, this is better now. So a different way for calculating this vertical scalar here. And I'm gonna do the same thing also on the left side. And I'm gonna need to do that also with the control points. So the control point, let's see how I did it for the beard previously. So I think I just figure it out somehow here. So draw, this was the control point. So control point 0.6 minus vertically, it's what needs to happen. So minus this same thing, I think might be good. Not really. Oh, I'm not using it. Control point X and then control point Y. E. What happened? Oh, it was minus. Yeah, okay. Okay, I kind of like this way that these things are looking. I like that the forehead now stays larger and head seems to be moving fine. Yeah, there should definitely be some kind of rotation happening, but it's way too much. I don't think I will have time for that. And this one, yeah, okay, it's fine. Okay. Somehow the shape of the head is not great. I think the horizontal scalar is also something that needs to be used here, maybe in the control point. Maybe in the other way, minus horizontal scalar. I'm a bit tired now and I just can't concentrate on the math. I'm just playing around with the numbers. I know that one of them is supposed to work, but let's try 0.3 for the head. I'm just playing with the values so that this looks more... no, not there. So that it looks good to me. Yeah, okay. I think we are fine for now. Okay. Let's draw something easy like the body next. So I do have the neck here and a kind of shape for this body, but and actually let's also add colors. So let's add the color for the skin. I'm gonna get the color from here using some color picker tool. I will do a print screen and I open Paint. You won't be able to see this, but I get the color picker in Paint and then I look at the color values. So they are exactly red, green, and blue, like so. So what I'm gonna do with that is where we are drawing the head here, I'm going to put a fill here. And fill style, let's say skin tone, and I'm gonna define this skin tone somewhere at the top for now. RGB with these things, and refreshing now doesn't do anything. Weird. So I'm drawing the head. Why isn't it coloring? Oh, these are the mid lines. I think these ones are the outside. Yes, something like that. But now these points on the sides are way too much. I want these to be inside of the hair region. Yeah, so -0.4, I think. Too much. 0.45. Okay, this is good, maybe. Yeah, starts to look like some real character there, now with the skin colored in. Okay, something here is not quite right. And also here something is not quite right. Yeah, let's... starts to be tiring already. Ooh. Here it's not perfectly filling this shape. Let's just leave this for a moment and worry about that a bit later. I would like to use somehow the previous coordinates that we are calculating there, but I have a feeling it's not so easy because of the symmetries and what we are trying to do. We leave it for now. Let's just get other stuff that is more easy to do because my head doesn't work very much now. So I'm gonna do this neck and the body there. So when we are moving the head to the right like this, I would also like to maybe move also part of the neck a little bit. Some kind of movement should happen, otherwise it just looks like you're some rotating head on a screw there on some metal structure. Also, when we are drawing the body, I want to fill it. So CTX fill and CTX fill style equals to skin tone. Yeah, that's good. Okay, but the lines here are not very thick, I think. What happens there? Should the stroke be after the fill, or? Yeah, I guess that was it. Okay, now, yeah, what I was saying, that for example, one of the points here, I think it's probably the first one, and the last one where we are going here. So these points I would like to somehow connect to the A offset in some way. So plus A dot offset X offset. I think that's enough, but scaled somehow. I don't know what happened. Let's remove it from here, have it just in one place. Very strange. Oh, okay, these values are just so small. Something like this maybe. Yeah, now the neck somehow rotates in that way, moves in that way somehow, and I like that movement. And I'm gonna do a similar thing for this other one. So like that. It somehow looks a bit better. Yeah. Okay, good. Also, this one would be nice, I think. So we have the Y offset affecting there, and I think I'm gonna do the same here as well. I don't know if this is gonna be a great tutorial. I don't think it is a great tutorial, but many of these things would need to have proper names for the variables, but it will end up into something that I'm gonna find a use for. Okay, it doesn't seem to behave. And then I don't think I'm gonna work with this code very much anymore after it's done and something useful. But let's see. So at least somehow the ideas of having different keyframes and interpolating between the frames somehow should be clear to some extent. Okay, what is happening there? I want to disable the head. Just to focus on the body. It's doing something, but not very visible. It's just behind everything there. So yeah. Okay. Let's put what? A smaller value there. Doesn't seem to affect very much. And I think this is flipped. Yeah, this should be minus that offset. Yeah, let's see. So now if I go back here and reactivate this. No. No. So this at the negative side should be up. Oh, no, it wasn't flipped. Damn, I don't like this. I'm getting tired. Had a long day already. Maybe this is fine. I think the control point is the issue. Well, you don't really see the change bit because the control point stays the same, and then the changes when this head is moving is not that. Yeah, it's not that significant. It is moving a little bit, but not very much. And this is a bit too much, I think. So when we draw the body, maybe half of this is enough. Yeah, it doesn't need to be exaggerated. Okay. Now the clothes. So let me comment out this body part for now and draw these clothes somehow. So I'm gonna do this trying to copy these shapes here. So yeah. I don't need to this get chords, I don't want this to be an offset relative to A anymore. I want the original code so that I just get the coordinates inside the screen where I'm clicking, like this. So now I'm gonna click here and I'm gonna say add a control point somewhere outside here, and then another point here, another control point here, another point here, control point here, a point here, control point here, and point here. So that's gonna be that side on the left, and now in the body, okay. So doing now begin path, and then move to this one in the beginning, and then this quadratic curve too, where we use this as a control point and go here, and then use this as a control point to go here, and another one where we use this as the control point to go here, and the last one where we use this as the control point to go here. Okay, CTX stroke. Yeah, this is fine. Maybe here. I don't like this control point very much. I mean, this end point. No, this control point here. This needs to be more to the right, I think. Negative value, so it grows like that. Okay. Okay, maybe that's not the problem. The next control point here maybe should be a bit more upwards. Yeah, I like this shape now much better here. Okay, so that's one side there. And we can fill it with that kind of green color. I'm just going back into Paint to get the color code of that color. 154, 153, and 1. Blue is 1. Okay, so shirt color. Like this. So back in draw body we have here CTX fill style is shirt color, and we also give this CTX fill like this. What did I press on my computer? Okay. Not okay. I pressed something. Okay. This FN key somehow. Right. So this is one part here done. I'm just gonna comment it out a bit and do the same thing on the other side. I want these to be somehow separate lines so it looks more organic. I'm gonna do a click here. This is where I'm gonna begin. So, and a curve that goes like this. Okay, undo. Start here, a control point here, going here, then a control point here, going here, control point here, going here, control point here, going here, and the control point here, going here or so. So let's copy that and keep these coordinates there. And let's do a begin path with a move to a starting point, and then control point here, going there, control point, end point, control point, end point, control point, end point, and control point, end point. Okay, this is good, but now it's using the skin tone, which is the last fill style. So now we have these things here. They look really good, I think, but so here we started like that, ended like this. I think this end should be lower so that it covers this stroke there. Yeah, let's try. 8. No, it grows the other way around, so 0.9. Yeah, doesn't seem to work. I think this is okay-ish. Not okay. Let's leave it with 9,0 and do another bit of a curve there as well. So this control point. I'm gonna put it here and take us back to the starting point like this. But I don't want that stroke to be there, I think, so let's see if I do this. I think this is just perfect. Okay, let's put also the body back on for reference. Okay, and now I'm gonna draw the shoulders and that part, pretty much copying, going over this skin part right there. So yeah. And I'm gonna also add a few scalings, I mean a few translations based on these sliders for the whole body. I think that will amplify the feeling of movement, make it look even better. Let's see. But before that, let me... So this is now this point right here is this one, but I'm gonna need a new one somewhere, maybe here. Let's just draw this. I'm gonna make new points there. I'm gonna start with a point here. Actually, this one will be 0, and then it will go here, and then line 2 here, and control point here, line 2 somewhere there, and then I mean curve 2 somewhere there, but this will be outside the screen. So before we do these with the shirt collar, we are gonna do something else with the shirt collar. So I'm gonna, this was a 0 actually, and this was 1.1 or something, and we do a move to this center location, and now we do a line to this place, and then a line to this place, and the last one is going to be this quadratic curve too, with this control point and the last point there. So this should be fine, but now we need a line to the other side, so basically this one with the plus, and a quadratic curve to this will be same with a plus and going to this coordinate actually, also with the plus on the other side, and then this one with the plus and back to here, or just doing closed path. And we need a fill and a stroke as well. So this is fine, I think. I'm missing a begin path. Okay, and here I'm just going to tuck these points a little bit. I can see a little bit these corners there. I think this was fine as such, but this one was like that. Okay, so better. This is not great. I see a small line there from this last connection with the close path. So this needs to be a bit lower, I think. Let's try 86. Let's try 87. Can we go 88? Okay, good. Good, good. But this looks a little bit weird. So head moving, neck is moving a little bit. It's okay. But the rest of the body just completely still. So I'm gonna do something about that as well. Based on that A point. So when I'm drawing everything here, like the body and the head, I'm actually gonna do a CTX translate. First a save. CTX translate a dot offset x, or was it x offset, and multiplied by 0.04 or something small, and y offset also multiplied by that. I don't think I need the y offset. Let's just put it 0. It would look a bit strange. So I restored this now. So everything moves now a little bit while the person is moving. I don't really like it. It's not fantastic. Maybe this value should be very low. Like that. It's not very great. Let's restore this somehow after the body. This looks a bit better. And let's actually scale also so that it goes 1 minus a dot x offset multiplied by 0.05 and 1. So not good. It's good in this direction, but not good in this direction. Absolute value might fix it. Yeah, this is okay. And maybe even a smaller value here, like that. It gives some kind of movement. Of course, this should be skewed, and it should give you a 3D perspective, and all these points should be actually somehow computed with a 3D perspective in mind, but I don't know how to use the WebGL canvas, for example, and I said I don't use the internet. And also, I think it's too much trouble. And when you try to do things in a 3D environment that are supposed to be 2D, they don't look the way I like them to look, if that makes sense. So this is just fine, I think, for what I'm doing here. And yeah, good. Okay, what happens when we move vertically? Okay, let's see if now I have the energy to fill this shape. When drawing the head, something is off there. Yeah, so drawing the head, I really feel like I want to disable all of these for a while and see what happens with this shape. Okay, yeah, we were using those B and C points. Let's add the A, B, and C points back in. That was a kind of a good idea, but somehow I ended up using just A as the point. It would have been a better 3D perspective there. Let's put here CTX global alpha 0.4 and reset it to 1 at the end. So what I'm gonna do is I want to see through the head the other shape and see where is the problem coming from. So here, for example, I think the bottom of the beard should go more down, and then maybe we do something right here as well. So let's go to the beard, draw half beard. So the bottommost point, let's try this one with the 3, and also vertically here with the 0.3. I think that's fine. Now this rightmost point, so this is something that I want here to have a bit bigger, maybe 47, like that. Not really. It was fine before. So not the rightmost point, but the one. So this control point is, I think, the outside one. This quadratic curve to what were these two things? So these and that means this point right here, this one, endpoint here. No, this is the start point. I forgot it starts right here. So it should be 39 or something. So I want to move it a bit closer to the eye here, like that. And now if I do this and that, almost good. So also this control point right here, I think also a lower value, maybe 33 there. Yeah, now this looks good. And here, this outside part, so the control point here, the X should be bigger, maybe 38 or something. Yeah, and the rightmost point, maybe 46. I think this is good. And the hair needs to still connect. So we have changed now this point here and also the rightmost point. I'm copying them just for reference, and I'm gonna go now to draw half head. No, hair. Draw half hair. And this one was also starting at, it needs to start here, and the rightmost point, now this is a 46 here. So let's see now. Global alpha, I want to remove this trick for making things transparent, just so I see through them. And okay. Almost there. Yeah, this is fine. It's kind of funny. Okay. Okay. A little bit inwards. So the one control point from draw half beard, the first one from here should be inwards a bit more, so maybe like that. Maybe even more. Okay, I think this is just good. So we have done quite many things, still many things to do. But I need a break. So I'm gonna take a few minutes break, and then I come back for another hour or so. And then tomorrow, more interesting stuff. I'm gonna think about this also when I walk to work. And usually that's when I do most of the great idea thinking moments. Yeah. Okay, so the ears are still missing, actually. And I really want to do the hair so that it's dynamic. So when the character moves, like moving his head like this, I want the hair to be shaking there. I think it would look very nice. And I want the character to talk. So this is something that I really want to do tomorrow, and I'm not entirely sure how I want to do that. I have some videos about this talking pumpkin that I did at some point, where I used the microphone to get a different to get the volume, and depending on the volume open the mouth more or less. I could do that, but I think it wouldn't be very organic. people open their mouths in so many different ways, and volume is just one number. So I'm thinking about using webcam and my face and doing some kind of detection on the face. I really want to do these two features, otherwise I think I'm gonna lose this competition, because I've spent so much time and I just have a nodding character and he seems to agree with me. Okay, but I will take a break, and in a few minutes I continue and try to draw the ears, and maybe I begin with the hair in some way. Something. I think I should also clean up the code before I end today, so that I have it easier tomorrow. It's not great. I should use some objects maybe, or at least separate the code into files so that it's easier to find the things. This already starts to have quite many lines of code. Yeah, okay, be back in 5 minutes. Okay, I'm back. So I think one of the things I want to do is the years now, and I'm going to go back to the click event listener here and re-get coordinates with respect to A. So the same way we did for the eyes. I'm going to refresh this, and yeah, so where are the years? Now they don't align very well here. I'm going to try to map the locations where they should be, somewhere here. So I'm going to say, I'm going to click where I think the locations should be. So one is here with control point here, and another point here, and then control point here, here, another control point here, here, another control point here, here. I might need to adjust these a little bit. Yeah, I think it's too complicated shape. Let's make a simpler one. So starting here, control point here and here, and another control point here, here. Let's see how this looks like. So we have the draw head and draw years with respect to A. So function draw years. Oh, and I did everything on the left side again. Let me do it one more time, and on the right. Yeah. Okay. I think this ended up even better. So let's do that. And now we have a save and a translate, ending with this restore, and a reference point passed here, like that. And what we do now is move to this first location, and all of them are quadratic curves. So I'm going to say quadratic curve to this with this and this this. And finally this to this. And ctx fill style equals to skin tone, ctx fill, ctx stroke. It's something. Maybe I want this first control point to be more to the right. No, I don't. Maybe I want this end point. Yeah, maybe something like that. And then this control point, maybe. That looks good, I think. And close path as well. Now there is a line here that is thicker. I think the starting point can be a little bit to the right. So, like that. Maybe also a little bit lower. More low. Yeah, why not? And I think now this can be left a little bit. I think this looks okay. The last thing here I think could be lower, maybe not that one. Okay, something like that is just fine. So I'm actually gonna copy this draw, make it into a some smart things need to happen here, because this year on the right should actually disappear at some point. Yeah, this is not very easy. It's the first thing that we need to make disappear to make it vanish when the character rotates like that. So if we go to the draw eyes, for example, let's take this as a reference. Draw years, and draw a year like this. I think it's pretty much the same as what the eyes are doing, maybe a little bit different. So I'm gonna make a new function here, draw year, x scale or scale x. Like this, and draw eye is having here these two things. I think we will need something similar as well, and ctx restore because we are scaling them. Okay, 2 years there. This one is quite Yeah, it is scaling itself now, it's better. But it should also scale I think not just in this case, not just with the maximum. I think we just put here x offset. Let's see. Yeah, it really needs to be more here somehow, and I would like it to squish more. Yeah, this is good, but these locations also need to be translated somehow. Let's do ctx translate scale x. No, nothing vertically, just horizontally, and it's way too much. So let's do it by a small factor. Yeah, I think this is fine. Now I'm worried what happens here. It's not horrible. Some squishiness is happening, which I don't necessarily like, but I think it adds to some personality to the character, so it's fine. Okay, and drawing the head, I think it's just too high up. So when it's normal like this, I would like it to be a bit lower. It's just too high up, I think so. Or maybe the body needs to be higher. Let me do a quick translation for the body to be higher. And I think that will fix the problem. So here, okay, maybe a bit too much, 0.6. Okay. Yeah, a little funny shape here, but I really think that when I'm gonna do the hair with the physics, hopefully I'm gonna do the hair with the physics, then it's gonna be good. And the ear here, I don't know if it really needs to be covered. I would definitely cover it, but it's not so easy to do that. think also we might do some tricks with the with the hair later to cover it, but don't have a clear vision there yet. My hair now is also a little bit different than in that initial drawing that we are getting inspiration from, and it's shaking also to the sides, so it goes also here. I might need to redesign also the character a little bit. Maybe these top parts don't need so much attention. Well, let's see. Yeah, I think I'm gonna... Actually, I don't even see my ears anymore because the hair is covering them, so I think that I don't need to worry much about the ears there, even if you will see a little bit here because the hair will be covering it. It won't be a big deal. I think we're fine. But now I think we are done with this kind of basic character movement, and I'm not gonna polish this much more. Maybe something with the nose if I get some better idea to make it look nicer when it's straight, watching straight at us like this. But I'm quite happy with what we have at the moment. Here these lines look too thin. I think that we need to stroke that part. Okay. This gray here is not needed anymore. So let's put here skin part of the body. And this is gonna be shirt part of the body, and now here we have that collar, or the neck region. In the shirt. Second part like that, and so this draw body. Yeah, the problem is stroke should be after the fill. There. This one is fixed, but this one I don't want that connection there. So I think I'm gonna do fill and stroke. No, this last fill is not good. It destroys part of the stroke. Yeah. So this part here is something I don't like now. I think I just do begin path. Yeah, begin path, that, and fill. I need a move to before, so move to there. Okay, almost. I think this control point needs to be lower, so like that. No. Aha. Oh, this is so horrible. Yeah, this shape now is just this part right here. I should use a move to a bit higher up, so let's leave this as such. And this move to goes to 89 here. That looks good. Okay, finally. Great. I will also remove now A, B, and C again from there. And let's move the drawBody function in a new file. Let's call it body.js. It's not a class, but I don't know. It will be very useful to keep everything inside the class eventually. But now I just want to separate the functions. So that one goes in the body. And now let's put in the head draw head and all these other things. Draw ears, draw ear, draw nose, draw hair, half hair, beard, half beard, eyes, eye. This one we don't need anymore. I'm not gonna worry about these glass eye thing. So let's put this head.js. Okay, and let's clean up a bit what we have here. So eyes, beard, hair, nose, ears. It's fine. And I'm just gonna group these a bit like that. I think they're a bit clear, and I like to separate save and restore so that I notice them easily whenever these modifications to the context are done. Oh yeah, the to-do for the nose is still here. Draw hair. Yeah, to me the code is clear, but there are many of these values that are used to define the shape, and it's actually not easy and not really needed to come up with names for these things. I think it would be possible to export all these values in some kind of JSON format or something, and then load them in, but I'm not gonna spend time on that. This fill can happen before the restore here, I think. What was this? The half beard. Only the stroke is affected in width when you do that. So we have eyes also. So here we have the eyes, the white part. And then the eyebrows, just one. And what is this thing? Oh yeah, let's call it pupil. I'm not sure how you write it, but it's gonna be like that now. I don't have internet. And what is this? Oh yeah, that one line. This one line here. Half contour line. Something like that. And let's separate that as well. So I is more complicated, it needs special comments there. The beard doesn't really need special comments because it has some variable names that are self-explanatory, and of course you may need to play around with these a little bit to change, but I did all the drawing that I want to do and I'm happy with it. I don't want to update this anymore. So that is the definition of this character pretty much. And same goes for the hair. I think it's well commented here. This scale Y is actually not used for the hair, apparently. So let's remove this. So the vertical squish thing is not used anywhere. This is just a 1 here. Good. Simpler. Code is simpler now. Okay, draw body is not defined. We need to go to index.html and include these scripts before we write this script right here. So let's say script source is equal to body.js. I think like that. And head.js. Okay, things seem to work again. This is so funny. It looks kind of unnatural. It's very unnatural. I stopped liking it now. I really think that the hair is going to change a lot of things here. I hope. I hope it's gonna give a 3D look to it, and also the fact that it's gonna move, it's gonna make things better. Yeah, some polishing will be needed. We're not done. I still have maybe 20-30 minutes, maybe even a bit more, and I want to do something completely different, but let me clean up this a little bit. So a little bit more. Still quite much code here. What do we have? This lerp. I usually have a utils file. Let's call it math this time. I'm gonna put there the linear interpolation, for example, and these update points, something quite general. Draw point. I think I rename it back to utils and put also this draw point there, so it's not just math but now also some visualizing thing that we use in different places. And this is just a helper thing. This function will be removed. Like that. so. Now live points. So these are those things that we have been using, but this B is, I guess it's used somewhere. At least to define that head, the colored part, the skin colored part of the head. Yeah. Okay, we'll see tomorrow. Okay, so now this utils, let's include utils as well. I'm gonna put it first here. Utils.js. We keep these points. And then the animation, so this click and the get coordinates, actually also this event listener will need to be removed afterwards. So I mean, it doesn't need to be removed, but it won't do anything. It's just printing stuff in the console. So yeah, animate function will stay, and it has draw me, and this part will also be removed. It's just that background character. I think we can actually remove it even now, but let's just keep it a bit longer for reference here. Okay. And the draw me function does a little bit of scaling so that the character appears a little bit more, to move sideways. Not really 3D, but at least if you're not paying close attention, it feels like that. And this is not fantastic really, but not horrible. I think the hair will make a very big difference, and the beard might be adjusted a little bit after that. Let's see. Maybe the head could be, the body could actually be a little bit higher up. Also, yeah, okay. This one is the slider, so this is called when yeah, I had some other ideas originally to make it look even a bit more 3D with these other things there, but and the ABC points, they were supposed to do something a little bit more, somehow shape the head, but it's not horrible. Okay, I still want to do a few more things, so let me remove these points again. They are disturbing a bit now. And I'm actually gonna hide that character on the background, this circle here, and I might need that code again to compare in the end. But for now, this is what we are having. And oh, looks like some space here at the bottom. Let me just make the body be a little bit longer at the bottom here, so outside the screen, those 2 points. I think it was a bit far enough anyway, but this is some side of the canvas that just looks like that. Okay, so what I still want to do now is add a completely new thing. I want to add my camera, my webcam, and somehow do basic image processing there and see if I can move this head with the camera instead. I think it's a bit too much now, it's late, but at least I want to start something. So let me see. I want to do this here. Let's just make a new file, call this camera.js, and include it here, camera.js. And here I'm gonna write navigator media devices get user media, and I'm going to get the video, but I think that I'm going to also use the audio later. I think in the end I will want to support uploading a video, and then it just the character is going to move according to that video somehow, let's see. So, but for now, just the video here I think is just fine. So we get the user media, and this returns a promise. So we do then we use the data, so we have the data coming from the promise when the promise succeeds, and I'm gonna define a video object. I don't add it to the DOM, but a video element, and then I'm going to set this to the data that comes from the device. So source, I think it's source object is the data, and we are going to play this video. So if I'm gonna change this from the camera to the to some video, this is where I want sound to also display later. I will remember, I don't need to do that. So then when this is loaded, it's like on loaded data, we get a new function, a new callback function, and here I can start to do something with this video, like start the processing and so on. So we might also have an error if when you do this, it's gonna ask you on the screen if you allow or not to give the camera. So this might give an error, and we can catch that error like that. I just make an alert here and say no camera failed, something like that. Okay. Why is this highlighted like that? So we have this. I'm not using the error anywhere. Was it so that in JavaScript catch is not like this, but it's a callback function? Okay. And now I have to close this one. need to close this catch somewhere. This is a function. I have the alert. I'm closing the function, and then I have to close this catch. I just don't know what the problem is. Let's run this and look in the console. What is that? Oh, this then. No. No, this is then. This then has to be closed before the catch. It's a then, and then it's a catch. Yes. Okay, it allows the camera, and then could not start video source. I think this is the error message from here. It could be that I'm using the webcam here, and that webcam doesn't let me use. Yeah, let's see if I can make the browser have a different webcam. I have a webcam in my laptop here as well in the front. Okay. So I did something. Maybe. Refresh. Okay, something worked. I think it's using my front camera. Let's try to display this camera on some other kind of canvas. I'm gonna put another small canvas under these sliders there. So I'm gonna say canvas ID canvas, and I'm going to get a reference to this one as well, somewhere here in the camera code, and I will say camera canvas. I think I make this one as big as the video is going to be. It's going to simplify things a bit. And let's put here it. I can scale it with CSS later. And let's try drawing the image. So I need a context for this one as well. Okay, and I'm gonna draw the image of the video. At 0, 0. So I don't need the width and height because the canvas has the same height as the video. So let's remove this log and try to refresh. Okay, but this is very large now. So with CSS I'm going to say max width. Okay. I think this is just fine for debugging and fits in my screen quite nicely, I think. So this is the other camera from the front, and that's just one snapshot because we are not animating these cameras in any way. So I'm going to copy this style from here and I'm going to add it for canvas like this. So when I refresh now, yeah. Okay. Now the room here is not fantastic with the lighting and everything. I might change the room tomorrow. I think I'm going to use a better room. And let's try to begin to do something with the camera here. So I just hope I at least get it to animate. So here I'm going to call, wait, I already have an animate function here. Okay. So what I need to do here is take this video out with let like this, and I'm going to go back here and say, okay, this canvas also needs to be up here, and camera context. Okay, so camera context. Camera context, draw image the video, and then draw me on the other canvas. So now the video should animate. If I save this and refresh, what is happening? Okay, it works. It was it did an error here because the video was null and it never got to request animation frame, so animation didn't start. And yeah, even after I pressed that allow button for the webcam. Okay, now if we have the video, then do that. And I'd like it to be, I really want to get somehow the locations of some pixels there. So I always use these kind of markers. I don't have a blue marker here. Tomorrow I need something blue. And yeah. Spider-Man is blue. Let's try with Spider-Man. So let's write a function for a utility function for get marked locations. So we're gonna look for the color blue. So a color of 0 red, 0 green, maximum blue, and we're gonna use a threshold like this. And I'm going to get the data from the context. I need here the image data as well. So here I'm drawing it on the context. So then I want the image data. Camera context get image data from 0, 0 to canvas width, canvas height, like this. And then this image data has a data attribute. I just pass it completely to that utils function. So the marked locations are gonna come from get marked locations using the image data and the color and the threshold, but I'm gonna keep those values inside of here. I might put a color picker or something. Let's see later what happens. But yeah, get marked locations from the image data, and let's console log logs length like this, so the number of items in this array. So now in the utils I need image data here also, and let's just console log image data length. See how big this array is. I remember this kind of thing quite well. An error. Okay, this is not returning anything. Yeah, so here we have 0 is this empty array, and this is the size of image data. So these are values are this image data is having, I mean, this data now is having this many numbers, and it's the width times the height times 4, because each value for each pixel is the red, green, blue, and alpha components. So I'm going to loop through every 4 groups of 4, and I'm gonna say red is gonna be data of I, green is data of I plus 1, blue is data of I plus 2, and alpha would be data of I plus 3, but we don't need that. So now I have a RGB value for this pixel. Now if this RGB value is a match, RGB is a match to our color that we are given, this blue color there. So match between these colors, and under the threshold, let's say the threshold is going to be something like 50, then this is going to add something to this locations array. So I'm going to say here an empty array to begin with, and the locations is going to push an x and a y. So the x and the y, we need to calculate them. X is going to be, I think, the floor of the index of the pixel. So the index of the pixel is I divided by 4, because we're going in groups of 4, and then the x is going to be p index divided by image data width, and y is going to be the modulo. I teach this all the time in my videos, like all the marker effects have this thing there. I'm just trying to do it mentally, and I hope that I don't mess up. Index modulo data width. And these values are going to go now to our locations array, and which we return here. So we need two more things. We need this match function, match color 1, color 2, and this is just going to end the threshold. And this is just going to say if the distance between color 1 and 2 in the 3D space is less than the threshold, then it's a match. So return distance C1, C2 less or equal to this threshold. And here we say function distance, and this is going to be the distance between 2 points P1 and P2 in 3D space. Euclidean distance. Like that. No, like that. Okay, and now return square root of this distance. So this should be the distance in 3D space, any space really, because we have here a for loop like that. So now what we are going to do is test, I think. I don't know, I'm getting tired. Let's refresh. So it's 0 there, but if I bring this cup here, it's still 0. I think that these blues, okay, I need to go soon, maybe 5 more minutes. I tried to detect some blue color here. I think the value of the threshold could be bigger. think something doesn't work, so let me put a breakpoint here and go inside of this function. Okay. Things look good, so I don't know why it doesn't work. A bigger threshold is not a great idea because we are approaching too much the values of other colors. Oh, okay. Well, something blue there, but I'm gonna go tomorrow in another room. Oh, I have a pen here. Okay. So something works, I think. These colors are detected. Let's see. 10 more minutes. I want to do something with all these. Let's average the locations. So these are going to be XY locations, the values from here. So I'm going to say average is equal to x of 0, y of 0. And for average x like this. And I need to divide this by the number of locations. Both x and y. So when I do this now and I return this, I'm not calling this anywhere. So back in index.js, where we have here the locations, I'm also gonna get the average location like this, and that's gonna be what I'm gonna log next. So we have not a number there because the locations is empty. Oh yeah, and then it's dividing this. I don't want not a number there. So here, if we do have locations, then I'm going to do that. Otherwise, I just don't. So now what I want to do is use this location of this marker here to connect it to these sliders there. So this info value of the slider and this attribute was x and y, right? So if I just send update points, if I just send update points with something that has a value between minus 0.5 and plus 0.5. So if I go here and say value is going to be average.x minus image data width divided by 2 and divided by image data width. So this is going to give me a value for x. So now what this will mean is how far is the marker from the center screen. You will see. And I do the same thing for the y as well. So let's put here y like this, and average y, image data height like this. And let's now, instead of that value, log x and y from here. So now this is close to 0, and this one there still 0 on x, but the y is big, and now the y is negative. Okay, I think I'm making some mistakes here. Is this average calculated correctly? Let's go back here and print what we had previously. I didn't really look at those numbers before. So they are flipped. X and Y are flipped. Yes, this is Y, this is X. Okay, and here now the new X and Y values after scaling them. Yes, so here X is close to minus 0.5, X is plus 0.5, Y is plus 0.5, Y is minus 0.5. And now that we have this X and Y value here, I'm just going to call update points with something that has a value of X and X. So here update points was waiting for this attribute of X and Y. And the same thing with Y and Y there. Okay. I like it. This recognizing this blue color needs a bigger threshold maybe, or not great, but testing like this is easier now. And if I'm gonna put this on my head or something tomorrow, then yeah, I think I can make this somehow move with my head if I put some kind of markers on the face. So I'm gonna do something like that tomorrow, and I'm gonna think about it while I'm walking home and back. And I would really want to get this character talking as well somehow, depending on what I do with my mouth. So maybe I will have many markers on the face or something, let's see. But this is somehow quite nice already. I'm happy with this. Not perfect, and some things feel a little bit strange, but let's see how the hair will adjust, and how the hair will fix some of the things and so on. Yeah, okay, see you tomorrow. It's the next day now, and I'm walking to work, and I've been thinking what will happen today, and it's gonna be a very different day, because yesterday I had no idea what's going to happen. We didn't even know what project we're gonna start. But now I'm gonna begin with some more code refactoring. I'm going to change everything to be as object-oriented as possible, because now functions are floating everywhere, and if you want to import this in your own project, it's a chance that something is gonna conflict with something else, so not good. And doing this refactoring stage in the beginning is also great, because I'm going to remember all the things that I've been doing yesterday. Then next thing what I'm gonna do is implement some physics. I'm gonna use this Verlet integration technique, because I've used it so many times and I think I remember it. And what I'm gonna do with that is eventually do the hair. But that image of myself that I drew a long time ago initially had things like this around the neck, and that's what I'm gonna apply the physics on first, kind of like a simple pendulum, and then I'm gonna move to the hair, which is gonna be a bit more difficult. But anyway, physics for that, so I will start with some kind of utility functions for doing linear algebra. I'm gonna need some help for that, and then a little bit of physics. And last I'm gonna do some basic image processing, and this is going to happen so that I'm going to have markers on my face. So there will be markers on the face area. They're gonna be around the mouth somehow, so that it can change the drawing based on how I'm opening my mouth. I hope that's going to work. I'm gonna also use some reference point here, so that the head movement like this is gonna be picked up. I didn't have any great markers at home, so I took with me double-sided tape, which should hold on to things. I hope it's gonna hold on to my face, especially because I have the beard. And it's white, so I also took one of the blue markers that I've used in many of the videos to color them. I really hope the detection is gonna be good. I'm going now to a different room, so the lighting there is better, and I don't think I'm gonna have a big problem with that, but detecting all those points and figuring out what the face should do, it's probably gonna be a challenge. Let's see. So the physics is something that I'm gonna start with, and then this face detection thing. I also have scissors, because I'm gonna need to cut that tape somehow. Good that I don't forget things like that. Yeah, so physics, and then that face detection thing, according to the markers. And I'm gonna do those immediately when I arrive, because I want to be as fresh as possible for the heavy stuff. And then whatever fine-tuning I can still manage will happen afterwards. So maybe something like that nose that I don't like how it looks like. I have some ideas about it, maybe using transparency on that line and making some new lines appear as the face is moving. Oh, we'll see. But yeah, so heavy things at first, and at some point I'm gonna need a way to toggle between using the sliders as the input, because I want to have users able to somehow play around with the avatar even if they don't have a webcam. And the webcam, and then the third thing that I want to do is record a small video of me saying something like, "Hi, I am Kadu's avatar," and maybe test a few movements, talking and moving the head. So that one will be the default when you enter the page, a video playing of myself with the markers, and the avatar is going to hopefully do the things that I'm doing at the same time. And from that you can change to the webcam, but you need some kind of way to mark the face like that. And if not, then you can change to some to just use the sliders there. So maybe I'm gonna use a simple drop down for that, or radio boxes, or something. Anyway, that's the plan. So refactoring, OOP, physics, face detection, face pose detection using the markers, and a better interface and a video for that. So hopefully the first two happen before my lunch break. I also have another meeting, and then the other two happen afterwards. And yeah, I'm gonna have about 6 more hours to put into this, I think. So let's see. Okay, I'm in a new room now, and the lighting is much better here. So now when I use the marker, which I took from home, it's going to be detected much better than yesterday when I tried to do this. So now I can move the character with this blue marker here in the screen. So I will probably have something like this on my head and adjust this somehow. And I really want to do something with the mouth as well, so let's see later. But first, a little bit of refactoring, and I'm gonna make this character here using object-oriented programming. So let me go to index.html, and what I want to do here, instead of draw me, I'm going to say something like avatar draw on the context. So I'm gonna give the context here as an argument, and this avatar is going to be an avatar object. So I'm gonna define this in an avatar.js file, class avatar, like this. And I will give it a constructor and a draw method. So now the code in this draw me is going to move inside of the avatar's draw method, and the context goes here in case you want to use multiple avatars, multiple canvases, something like that. Right, and this draw me is not needed anymore, but we need to define this avatar. So we are gonna say avatar new avatar here as a global variable. Good. And draw body and draw head, these are going to change to be methods inside of the avatar, and they will be private methods. So I'm going to say this dot hashtag draw body, and same for this draw head. So let's do the body first. It's gonna be this function from here. I remove it, and I put it here as a method, the draw body method, and ctx should be passed here as well, so that the body knows where to draw itself. So it begins the path. This a point is a global variable, and that's something I don't like. We are going to need to pass this down to the avatar, so it knows where it should be looking at. So A actually stands for that point that the avatar was directing its head at. Let's see the other code for the draw head, and I'm going to have to copy everything from here. This whole file goes also in the avatar class, and it needs to become methods as well. So these functions will also be converted into methods, into private methods actually, and they will need access to this context, so I need to pass it down. So private methods, because it's its own responsibility. The avatar knows how to draw itself. And these points are going to somehow be important because they are coming from outside. They are coming from the code that processes the camera here, or they are coming from the sliders here, which currently I don't think work. Or, oh, they do work. If there is no blue in the screen, then they seem to work, which is quite nice. So I'm gonna have also some kind of toggling between how to move this character around. So B and C are really not much used, I think. Yeah, they are just used for the colored shape of the head, colored with the skin color. I wanted to have different ideas for that. I wanted to somehow use more this interpolation and these ranges here, but when I saw that it's becoming somehow tricky to do, and I added there some negative range to make something work with C, I realized that it's somehow becoming too confusing, so I did everything relative to point A, and the other ones I think we may not even need them. Let's see. But let me finish this code now. So draw years, all of these things here, they need to become method calls and private methods. There's no real reason for the outside coders from the outside this class to be able to call this method. And same here with the draw year now. And all of these that are taking A here, they need also the context now. So let's pass already the context there in addition to this reference point to all of these things. So context will be needed there. Right. And method here, looks good. So let's go down to this draw nose and make this one as a method as well. Our to-do is there. If time at the end, I will do those fine tunings. The draw hair, it's gonna be draw half hair, like that. And these need the CTX as well now. And here, yeah, looks good. Draw beard, also private method this time. So doing the code like this means that we can include this avatar class, and we don't have to worry if somebody else has a function called draw half beard somewhere. So very useful in separating the code and making it not interfere with other things. Draw half beard. And I'm also relearning what I did yesterday, so that I don't, so that I know where I'm at pretty much. Okay, so only problem now, I think, I don't need anymore this body.js and this head.js. Let me delete these. Like so. And in index.html, I'm going to have to include avatar.js instead. And I think it should still be able to access the global points from here, but I'm going to do something about that. Let's refresh. Errors. For some reason, it complains about this context there. Let's put a breakpoint and undefined inside of this draw year. Oh, I forgot here to pass CTX. Okay, good. Yeah, so much better, I think. But these points are something I don't really like very much. So first of all, I'm really curious, can we do without them? Somehow. Let's activate these points again to be able to see them, where they are. And do they really move that much, or could we do them relative to A in some way? So C is actually I think B doesn't move almost at all. So maybe I could replace B. I could maybe remove B in the beginning and just try replacing it with these values, this value here. Let's see. I just delete it from there and from here. And inside of this avatar, we use B here. So how about we just put 0 and minus 0.77? Does this still look good? B is not defined. Oh, draw point B. I don't want to draw that point. Okay, here there is a problem. Here there is no problem. So how about we just make it a little bit lower? Like like this. Yeah. We don't need B anymore. Great. And C looks very much like that bottom point of the beard. It was relative to A. Let's see. So when we draw the head and we draw the beard here, we have the draw half beard and bottommost point. So this point, quite complicated. It comes also from this vertical scalar, I think, but not impossible to figure out. So let me copy this here. And when we have the vertical scalar, so this means this one right here. So the bottommost point is actually this. Something like that. And this is C pretty much. So let me just have here B and C like that. So they are not global anymore. They are going to be just these local ones. And I put here B like that. So I remember what they are, but they are not so important that they deserve drawing in the first place. And definitely they don't deserve to be global variables. A is an exception because it's going to be controlled by the sliders and this marker. So C here is going to be, okay, b.x, b.y. So I'm going to use this everywhere so that I don't have the same hard-coded values repeating themselves. The others are important to be like that because they define the shapes. And here C is going to be no comma there. I think like that. And I believe this is correct. I'm going to stop drawing C. And in the beginning, I just have A there now. Whoa, something happened. Uh-huh. Oh, ref is actually A. in that case. So C is defined according to the A Y offset. Okay, something bad is happening there. Aha, it was first translating to ref. Yes, so without translation, I just have to add the A coordinates there. So A dot X, A dot Y plus this one. Okay, not exactly sure why it's happening like that, but it's almost correct. So it needs to be So in the draw beard, we translate to A, and then we draw half beard. Oh, it's doing some scaling there. Oh, so complicated. Yeah, this scaling is also there. Complicated stuff. And scale Y is just the Y offset. So A dot Y offset like that, 1 minus that. Okay, I think that this needs to be multiplied by this. No, maybe divided by that. No. I think everything here needs to be multiplied by that. Yes. Okay, so now we don't need those things anymore, and just that A point is controlling the head. And I would also like to clean up even this a bit more. I mean, this avatar class here is quite big now. So maybe I would like to extract these. methods somehow. Let's try to extract the eyes. Draw eyes. Let's see if we can say this right eye, draw, and then give these things there, like so. And same for the left eye. So I'm gonna define an eye object. I don't think I need two of them. And it can be a private attribute here. Okay, so let's now here in the top say this eye is new eye. Class eye. And draw, the draw method is gonna be this one from here. So it's gonna have a scale and a context on which to draw it. And I think that's pretty much it. Empty constructor here. So if I refresh now, I get some errors. Is there something wrong with the private attribute? Okay, I'm not sure what's wrong with that, but let's just leave it public. It's not a big deal there. Okay, so the eyes don't work properly. What happened here? Did I do some bad thing? Oh, there was a minus. Did I lose this minus at some point? Yes, now it looks good. So with the eye like that, I'm going to take it out. I'm gonna put it in eye.js. Like this. And I could do the same for others, but I think I'm spending too much time for refactoring. Let's go to index.js and import i.js as well. So now everything works as before, but the code is better. It has the I here in its own class. So next there would be this beard with the draw half beard. So I think I'm gonna try to do it. Let's go where the draw beard is and say this beard draw using a and the context. So at the top here, this beard is new beard, beard.js. I'm just gonna copy I class and say here beard, and I don't need this draw beard anymore. Draw beard is going to go inside of the beard object, and it's gonna become the draw method like this. And draw half beard is still gonna be a private method here inside. I think there's no way around that. We need it here, so that's good. And here in the avatar, nothing else needed. I just need to import beard like this. So code is better, much better. Now next thing, I think nose doesn't necessarily need its own class. It's small enough. Ear is small enough, I think. Hair, this will be needed because I'm going to make it very complicated soon. So hair.js, and here I'm going to take out draw hair and draw half hair, and it's already kind of complicated. It says it's as complicated as the beard. So I'm gonna take these methods out from here and put them here. Let's copy the beard code and just replace with this one. Probably I wasted more time copying that, but somehow. And draw here in the same way. Yes, no problems with that. So the beard also will need to be defined somewhere. I mean, hair, did I say beard? Okay. Right. So avatar.js has not so many lines anymore. Has the body, drawing, and then this is a debug thing that maybe I'm gonna actually make it like that. If I want to debug, then I'm gonna show these points. I may have multiple ones later. And in index here I can have debug true. So now if this is true, then the points are showing. If this is false, then the points are not showing. So I don't need to comment out things all the time. And here, this A point is something that I need to fix. It doesn't mean anything. I don't think I'm gonna need anything else, just a point where it's looking at. So let's just call it look at, and I will make a comment here, point A, when we debug. So this look at is a point, like this, and this A here won't be needed anymore, so I'm gonna remove it, and we will just use look at everywhere. And when we define the avatar, I'm going to give it this look at point as a reference. So now here this is gonna be A. So where is it looking at? Every time we have a capital A, so I'm gonna look for it matching the case, and there's a full word. Every time we have this kind of capital A, I'm gonna replace it with this dot look at. That one can stay like that. It's the label and drawing the point with our utility function. Okay, saving, and here we have that update points function. So this was the thing that moves with the slider. So update look at. Update look at. Update look at. And I don't need the for loop here anymore. I just have p equals to look at. So right. Refresh, allow. No, error when the camera, because I still have update points here. So update look at the value of x and the value of y. Yes, okay, finally. Finally, code is now as clean as I'm going to get it in this project. It's not all about the code quality, but I think code quality is very important, and I don't want to give some bad example to anybody. Everything can always be improved, but you need to stop somewhere also in real work. Okay, done. It's much better now, at least. Yes. So next what we are gonna do is physics. So let's do the physics next, and I'm going to go quite quickly through these things. I've done them multiple times, and I have an idea how they are gonna go. Yeah. So let's have a file, physics.js, and in index.js include this one as well. Okay. And I'm actually going to start with adding some more utility functions. So there will be some math functions that work with vectors, because I make mistakes if I don't use vectors when I'm doing the physics. It's just so much easier when you work with x and y combined, or I usually like vectors to be using arrays. So I have the array of 0 and array of 1. It's very useful because then I can use, for example, this function here that works with arrays. This could have also been with that. So now I have a mess of points, and also these kind of 3D points are different. They don't have x, y, z, but yeah, it's a little bit... I should refactor this. So here the location, I prefer to use arrays everywhere. So instead of an object with x and y, it's gonna be a vector with 0, 0 here. Yes. It's just much better when the code is consistent everywhere. And because we are using 3D here also for the color space, it makes sense to have it like this. These functions become more general. Yeah. So we have the average, and we are using this average somewhere in index, I think. No, in camera. No, not in camera. Where is the average being used? It is in index. Somewhere. Oh, I have these things on. Yes, so here average of 0 and average of 1. And I don't think I need this logging anymore and this comment from here. Let's try again. Yeah, good. Everything still works. So where was I? Utility functions for more vector operations. So they are simple. They are just for vector addition. So for example, you have two vectors here like that, and you can implement this by just considering 2D vectors, but I really like to go and say the new vector, like the result is like that, and go through all the elements. So it would work in any dimensions, like this. Like so. And return this new vector, like this. So this is for adding vectors. Now subtracting vectors. We also need things like magnitude of a vector, so essentially the length of a vector, or just one vector here. So I'm gonna say this magnitude. This is the same thing as the distance from 0. So I think that I can actually reuse that function here and say return distance of v and an array of zeros. So new array of the size of v filled with zeros, I think is the syntax. I hope this will work. So the magnitude is how far from 0 this is, pretty much. And we can reuse that function there. And also very important function is to be able to normalize. So you just get essentially a vector with a length of 1, any kind of input vector, you just get output something with the length of 1, but it keeps the orientation. Or scaling scale is also important. So scale, let's actually do this scaling first, and then we do the normalization. So when you scale something, you need the vector, but the other one is going to be a scalar of a simple number. And I'm going to do this by going through these elements, and each element multiplied by the scalar like this. And now normalizing is just a return scale of the v with 1 divided by the magnitude of v. So you divide it by its length and you end up with a value of 1 for the new magnitude. So simple, relatively simple things, I think, and they are now more vector utility functions. I can separate these a little bit. So this is now general drawing here. Let's call these vector math, and this is something to do with that. Let's move linear interpolation here as well. It's quite related, I think. And the last one was just drawing things, general, very general things. So now our utility functions are more of them. We have more utility functions now. And the physics that I want to implement are going to be, do I have some error here? I don't think so. Okay. Oh, there is some error somewhere. Here. I copied that, so it's everywhere. Okay, nothing broke. I just added new code. So in the physics, everything will be based on it will be based on particles. So this Verlet integration method I want to implement works well with particles and then with some constraints like sticks between the particles. So class particle, then here I'm going to put it at some location. So each particle will be initialized somewhere. Let's say location, like this. And store it. And when particles move, it's useful to keep also the old location in memory. It will be useful in the mathematics. So I'm just going to initialize this with the same location in the beginning, so the particle doesn't move from some past place. And we need to be able to draw this. So I'm just going to do simple things like begin path, and then let's make these red. So they stand out and we easily recognize them. Or actually orange. I think it's better. Red and green, like the green shirt color, is sometimes confusing to people. So let's just make a small circle there at the location. Since these are gonna be vectors, I can say here location of 0 and location of 1, or I can just spread the location object like this and give it a radius, say 0.1. And the arc method works like that. So I need to specify there the full circle. And these need to update according to some kind of forces. So usually we have some gravity. I don't want to leave these as global variables here, but let's see later. So just some value for the gravity there, and this would actually need to be a vector. And since we're in 2D space, I'm gonna say 0 horizontally and 0 vertically, like that. And the update, so what I'm gonna do now is pretty much first figure out if the particle is moving from its old location somehow. So I'm gonna get a velocity vector by doing a subtraction from this location to this old location, like that. And I can predict the new location by adding to this location the velocity vector that we just calculated. So where it came from, where it's now. You get that difference, the vector connecting them, and you add it to the current location to get the new one. But you're not done yet, because then you can still add this gravity, for example. So this actually needs to change. And we say new location is equal to add to new location, we add the gravity vector. And we also have to update now old location to be equal to this location, like that, so we don't lose it. And now we can update this location to new location that we calculated previously. So I use the extra variable there so that I can still keep the previous one and I don't change it instantly there. Okay, so with this kind of particle here and an update and a draw method, I'm going to go to the avatar, and here I'm going to just try adding a particle where it's looking at. Yeah. So let's see. This particle, new particle at look at. This is with XY because it's in pixels. So I'm gonna say this look at X and this look at Y. I'm converting it into an array here, and I don't think I need to give it anything else. And now here in the draw method, I'm going to say this particle draw on the context, like so. So if I refresh, I get errors. Okay. Oh, wow. I think this location might be a kind of a reserved word. Yeah. And this is or maybe not. I think I'm missing this there. Yes, I think now it should work. Let's see. Okay, so we see now this particle initialized where that look at point is in the beginning, but it's not a reference to it. I'm taking its x and y initially when it's initialized, and then it stays there, the particle. I think I'm gonna make the particle look a little bit different, so let me go here and say I will make it red. So I will make it a smaller radius, 3, and stroke, it will be red, but I'm also going to make a stroke to it that is going to be white, so that you can see it better. Okay, I think this is good. So that's the particle, but it's not falling. I said it should fall with the gravity, but we are never calling this update function. So here, let's call this particle update first and see what happens. Something happens. It's not there anymore. I think it might have moved very quickly because this scene is in such a small or I don't know. What is happening there? This number is becoming huge all of a sudden. And it becomes infinity, so what gives? Let me debug this velocity vector here. Something strange is happening, no matter what the gravity is. These numbers become big and small, I mean, negatively big. Let me go to the utils, maybe I made some mistakes here with the vectors. So oh, subtract is minus. Probably this is it. Let's save. Okay, and now the point is falling, and it's actually accelerating. It's falling faster and faster and faster, and that's great. So I would like to do a couple of things here. And I will start with this. Let me show you the picture we had previously there, like that. So these things here are missing right now, and they actually used to be in my original drawing, they used to be something hanging from there. So I would like to make those move a little bit as the character is moving. So when he moves left to right like this, I want it to move a little bit like a pendulum. So I'm gonna put one particle here and one particle here. I'm gonna make this one up, the one up static, and the one at the bottom, it will be constrained to be at a fixed distance from the top one. So let's first define these particles, and actually I'm just going to define another one beneath this one. So let's add a function here. I will refactor this at some point, but update particles, and this is now going to, let's put draw particles as well. It's nicer like that. And here we have particles is equal to an array. So the first item in this array is going to be one particle at that lookat, and the other item in this array is going to be another particle that is somewhere below that. So in the beginning, I just do something easy like this. So below the first particle. And now what I'm going to do here is for these particles, for each particle, I'm going to loop through all of them and say update these particles, and then I'm going to say draw these particles on the context. So here this method will need that, and I'm gonna say here this update particles and this draw particles like this. So this should now, let's go back to our code. This should now show two particles that are just falling like that. But the first one, I want it to be static. So I think I wanted to fix it somehow to, I will add a third parameter, let's call it true, and I'm going to fix it to is fixed. So I won't allow it to move like this. And in the update, none of this needs to happen if it's fixed. So if this is fixed, return. I think this is fine, and I don't need to log the velocity anymore. That was just for debugging there. So now what happened? Where is one particle? No, I don't think this is not the problem. What happened? So back in the avatar I have, oh, I'm passing here inside the array, and I think it had consequences. Okay, so back here, if it's fixed, I don't have to update. So this one is fixed there. Right. Okay, so that one is fixed, but the other one is not. So what we need to do now is constrain the other particle to the first one. So for that, I'm gonna implement here a segment class that will have a fixed length, and this segment will be between two particles. So I'm just gonna say here a constructor for A and B, and I will say here, okay, I don't want to confuse A and B with the way I'm talking about those A, B points from previously, but I think it's clear enough. I'm gonna save A here and say, no, let's just say particle A, particle B. Okay, and let's calculate the distance between these two particles. So I'm going to say a length for this segment is equal to the distance between particle A, location, and particle B, location, like this. And I think that's all I need to know about this segment, its initial length when it's defined. And then to draw this segment, I'm going to use a context, and I'm just going to do this a simple line. I think I'm going to do a red line just to debug for now. So ctx begin path, ctx stroke style red, ctx move to this particle A location, and here I can spread these into two values because the move to needs two values, and line to particle B location, like this. I have a message. Okay. Oh, wait, there was another. Right. So, stroke. Like this. And the segment needs to be created also somewhere. So here, let's say this segment, I prepare it to be an array already, is a new segment with particles of 0 and this dot particles of 1, so the ones we defined previously, like this. And I'm also gonna need update segments. But all of these are the same. All of these have update and draw, update and draw. So maybe it shouldn't be update particles and update and draw particles, but update and draw. We already have a draw. Update items and physics item and draw physics item. And this is gonna be a parameter, so items and the context there. So here I'm gonna have to change these like so. I'm gonna reuse this same code to handle the segments and the particles. So here, update physics items and draw physics items. First I'm gonna give this particles, and then I'm gonna give this particles here. But after we do that, I'm gonna give this segments and this segments. And I don't have yet the update for the segments yet, so let me comment it out and just see if this code still works. Not in an array here. These are just two arguments. Okay, so now you can see also the red line, but this is not a segment. I mean, it is a segment that is changing length, but it should be like a stick. So our update method here inside of the segment class, it needs to constrain it to the initial length when it was defined. So I'm going to say here update And let's just see what the new length is first. So it's going to be, we subtract from this particle A location to this particle B location. So this is the difference between A and B and currently. And I'm gonna need the magnitude of this. So how, I mean, so far we actually have the vector difference. Yeah, and the magnitude of this is gonna be magnitude of like this. And we need the difference between the two magnitudes. So how much do we need to relocate the particles so that they are still close to, as close as in the beginning here. So the difference between this magnitude and this initial length. So is gonna be magnitude minus this length, like this. And I'm also gonna need, it's gonna be easier if I also get the normalized vector between these two, because then I can scale that in both directions and fix the segment if it gets too long or too short. So I'm gonna do here the normalizing vector, normalized vector by normalizing this diff vector. So now the length is going to be 1 after this, but it's not going to be losing its orientation. Okay, so now what we can do is move A and B, the locations of A and B, with this difference, with half this difference in each direction. So this particle A location is gonna be, let's add to the current this particle A location. We can scale the normalized vector from above with minus the difference by 2. So I'm moving 1 point by half. And I have to think about also these fixed points later, the ones that don't move. But let's just do this now and hope it works. And the same thing for B, but plus here. So one goes, if the segment is longer than it should be, this point goes half the difference that way, and this goes half the difference that way. If it's shorter, then it goes half the difference, opposite direction. So something like that. Great. I hope. I really think this is gonna break. Well, refresh. It's not broken, but it's not doing... Oh, I'm not calling this here because we didn't have an update method previously. Normalizing is not defined. I think it's called normalize. I was just talking what I'm doing. Okay, and now this point is there. Interesting that this other one doesn't... Oh, it does move. If you look closely, you can see this one is actually falling very, very slowly. And that's because this one is pulling on it. So it's going down a little bit, and then this segment stretches, and then both of these points adjust. Because here we have, we are moving each of them, even if point A should be fixed actually. So I'm gonna need to take care of this somehow. So this code is fine if the points are not fixed. So if, for example, this particle A is fixed, if it's not fixed, and this particle B is not fixed, then this is just fine code here. But otherwise, if A is not fixed, then A is going to move twice that difference. So it's going to do all the work, so to speak. Else, it means B is the one that is not fixed. I don't need this if statement, I think, so. What happens if both are fixed? So if these are not fixed, if A is not fixed, if B is not fixed, let's just be careful here. And if B is not fixed, then B is gonna move with both of them. I mean, with double the, yeah. But if both of them are fixed, then nothing should happen. I think this should work. I hope. So if I refresh now, I think this point doesn't move anymore. But so far, there's nothing fancy happening here. So what I want to do now is fix this point to something. Maybe I'm gonna fix it to the A location. So let's say here this particles of 0, so this point from there is gonna be this dot look at each time we are drawing. Actually I need to do look at X and this look at Y, converting to an array from this point pixel point object. No, it's breaking. The location of the particle 0 has to be like that. Okay, and now this gravity is too weak. I want it to be stronger. So physics, gravity. Okay, so now when it's moving, that segment always constrains the bottom particle. The particle wants to go down. Then when you move to the side, it wants to stay there, its original position, but then that segment is going to pull it somehow. So now I'm getting pretty much exactly what I want, but that's not where we're gonna put this. So yeah, let me try to swing it like a swing, like give it momentum when I should give it momentum. And this is fun. Okay, it's going more and more. Okay, I want this to be somewhere here, attached to the body. So that's gonna be, this is gonna happen in the draw body thing. Yeah, and then we are gonna use these same things for the hair as well. So let's go back here, and actually I would like to have in the avatar a body as well. This body, because much code is gonna be there, new body. And hope this is not a reserved word. So body.js, and let's include it here as well. like this. And in body.js, might be a reserved word, but let's see. So draw body is gonna be just a method in class body. That is called draw, like this. And the shirt color, let's actually pass it here. I also need the skin tone. So we don't use global variables at this stage. Okay, shirt color and skin tone. Okay, so this is now body, and inside of avatar, body draw on the context. Okay, look at needs to be passed here as well, because the body is also adjusting a little bit with that. So draw with this look at. Okay, why is it red? Oh, I'm not passing the colors here. When creating the body, I should use shirt color, skin tone. These should be also passed here in the avatar when creating the avatar to avoid issues. Great, okay, it works. So now I really want to add these particles not in the avatar but in the body, and I think this is just fine to copy here, but the code here for updating the physics items, drawing the physics items, and these things here, this needs to be extracted in the physics file here. So I'm gonna make a class physics, and I think I'm gonna use static variables, so static functions. So I'm going to write here physics, update physics items, draw physics items. Probably this draw should be not in physics but in some drawer or whatever, but this is just fine. And these go out from there to here. with static because we don't initialize this object. And I think this is where the gravity goes as well. So static gravity there. And the particle takes it from physics. It's better like this. A little better. It's not perfect, but I didn't really know what I'm gonna do with this. So let's remove this, and inside of the body, after we do all the other drawings, I'm gonna put here this code. Yeah. Save this, refresh, and an error. Okay, the look at is no longer with this here. I'm passing it like that. I'm just gonna put 0, 0 for now. 0 plus 0, 3. I don't need the look at in that way at least. So let's just have it 0, 0. Why aren't they appearing? Why is it not appearing there? It should appear, right? I know. This location is not good. It's under the head. It was under the head. Oh boy. Yeah. Okay, so So it's drawing it there. But I really want to use this look at point somehow. So let's first move it to location there. So it was, where was it? Somewhere here. So let me put it actually somewhere lower. So let's put 93 here. I think this is, let's see if we can use these values, because I don't remember what yes, no, it's not exactly. A bit higher up, let's say 75, 71, like this. And now it's there, but it's not affected by the physics, because the drawings that are happening here are not I don't like it. Not here. We go with these back in the avatar and draw them on top of that. Otherwise, this is just a squishing effect there. So let's go to avatar and put them back here. And it's okay that we did this in the body. It's no problem. It's very good. But I want this to be at the higher level. So here in the draw, I'm going to say that. Okay. And now this location should be even higher, I think. 65. Okay, it's almost good. 64. Yes, 64. And this is the center point. So now I need to figure out how much this point should move left and right according to these translations and these scalings here. So only the X location changes. So I call this a string now. I'm gonna call this thing string. So let's say string X is going to be equal to, let's call it string location, and X is going to be equal to this value, and Y is going to be equal to this value, but we need to modify. So first what we do is we translate this by that. So that just means plus that value. And then when we are at the location, I'm going to scale with this. Let's say X translate this. And this. Like so. And here plus X translate times this X scale. It should be fine, and I'm not repeating the variables there anymore. I really hope I didn't mess something up. Okay. It's doing it. it's doing it. I don't want this to be anything like an in-your-face effect, but I want it to do what it's doing there. So great, I like it. Let's do the same thing on the right side. I just want to get the things working now. I will style these better at the end somehow. And the code is now not great yet, but it will become better, I think. So I need more particles here. This is actually the main location of the... Yeah, this is the main location of the string. So let's call this string location. Initial string location. And this one is going to be that. Okay, and this with this in front. Otherwise, like now if I well, I broke it, but when you initialized, everything was kind of spinning in place because the initial location was not that we were forcing it to be then. So in the first second it teleports somewhere else and it forces the spin to happen. Init. Okay. Yeah, great. And we have another one on the right. Let's put this one on the right. Oh, yeah, because it's not symmetric. I drew this kind of free-form shape. Okay. Then let's have two of them. Right and left. I think I'm gonna make a string object eventually, but let's just see how much software engineering do I need to use. Let's do it. Left string. Initial location. This one. Particles. An array. Segments. An array. segments should be with these particles, and I'm not sure how to access these from here. I don't think this code works. I may need to extract this as a formal class. But no problem. Let's see. So left string, let's put the right string and we'll adjust it later. Okay. So this is now right string. And here left string particles, left string segments, left string particles of 0, is equal to, and I'm just gonna do the calculation here directly. So it's gonna be this dot left string initial location x plus the translate times the scale, and the second one is gonna be just the value of y. I don't think this will work, but needs to be done anyway. Yeah, it doesn't work. So let me extract this as another class. String and thread are both words that mean something else. Hanging string. Okay, and in the constructor we give it an initial location. So this init loc is init loc. And now particles and segments can be here. Like I can write it like that. This particles is equal to new particle with this initial location. This segments is going to be an array with just one segment, and this particles. Okay, and now I have this left string equals new hanging string of this initial location thing there. And probably now it's gonna work. Right string with the plus there. No. It doesn't work. So hanging string with these locations. Left string particles location is the left string initial location plus blah blah blah. Some undefined particles. So I'm passing it here, the left string, initial location. Oh, dot y. I hope it's this. Phew, it's that. Great. Let's give it a draw method, an update method, and a draw method. So in the update method, I want to put the location of the first particle to something. Something like that. So where is the attachment coming from? So or no, I just give it the translate and the scale. It's a little bit confusing, but yeah. So these xTranslate and scale will be sent to that, and it's gonna use these particles of 0 and this initial location like this. It's not that confusing because that's how we are updating the body there. So it's okay. So now I'm gonna say here this left string update xTranslate xScale, and for the right string I'm going to do the same thing, maybe. Let's also update the physics after that, like that, and draw the things. I have draw for that now. So I'm going to say draw the particles and draw the segments. I also need to update the segments. Yeah, so a little bit confusing what I did maybe, but yeah. So now I'm updating those, that one, and I'm gonna draw it as well on the context, and same for the one on the right, and hopefully this works now. Okay. I think it's okay, but the one on the right needs to be lower, so even more. Even more. Okay, and the bottom part can be even off the screen, so something like that. I will style this a bit later, but look at it now. So one is moving one way, the other one is moving a little bit different. I really like this effect now. So about the styling we will look at later. Now what I'm gonna do is the hair. So I'm gonna try to make strings like that here in the front, so hanging somehow in the front, and these are going to move. And then maybe I'm gonna do the same in the back. I have longer hair now, so maybe I don't worry about this top part just yet, but here I want some hair to appear like this. So let's try see how our code is at the moment. Like yeah, basically I want to know if this code is good enough. I think it is, at least for now. So the string left and string right. Actually, let's call this pendulum. It's much better. It's a much better name. So pendulum, like this. Yeah, and let's extract it in pendulum.js. Pendulum.js, like this. And here in index, I'm gonna include pendulum.js. So everything still works now. And the hair is gonna be pendulum as well, so made out of different pendulums. Maybe we make double pendulums, chaotic pendulums. Let's see if enough time. But I think that code is decent at the moment. A little bit too many things here, but I think a fifth of them will go away because they are not needed for actual things. All right, so I want now to get back this code where I click and I get the coordinates without the look at translation, and figure out some locations here in the beginning to put the hair. So something like this location, this, something like that. So I just clicked there to something that looks good, but I prefer to have it not exact so that it doesn't look too symmetric. And these locations are going to be things where I'm going to add more pendulums. So let's say this front hair is going to be an array of pendulums. So new pendulum of X and Y, something. And these will need to be figured out somehow depending on the sliders. But anyway, one step at a time. So now this value from here, from here, from here, it looks the same. Starts to be positive. One. All right. So, yeah, many pendulums in the front here. So what do we do with them? We update them. So for these pendulums, for each pendulum, I'm going to say p.update according to something. I'm gonna put x translate and 1 at the beginning just to test some basic things, but it will be different, I'm sure. So that's what happens first, and then p.draw on the context. So each of the hair pendulums, front hair, not pendulums. So for each front hair pendulum, do this thing. Okay, it's horrible. So something happens, but not what it should be. I think I need to put something relative to a translation by A at least. So something like this, but a special translation for the head. So these X and these are shirts. Shirt X translate and shirt X scale, or body. Okay. Okay, but I will need head x translate. Actually, head translate, and it's gonna need to have a x and a y. So and I don't like something I have here. This update with the scale doesn't make much sense. Not at all, actually. I will need to revise something here. Let's have another function update 2 where it's going to have just an attach location. I wanted to do something like this before. So I just copy it inside and I say that this location is going to be this whatever attach location that I'm giving. So if time, I have to refactor this. So head translate x is going to be, let's just put it I can't put it at A. I would like to keep these values somewhere. Maybe each particle is going to have the initial location kept. Let's see if that helps. So then these numbers are as the initial location. So this is going to be now this dot look at x update 2. Yeah, for each head it's different. So update 2 with x to this look at x plus p init location x, and this is something else not needed, and this not needed, and the same thing happens for y, I think. Nope. Oh. Actually, it's not a bad idea. Hey, we have it already. I didn't need to do that, so I don't need this initial location there, and it's called init look. I don't like it. Let me refactor this like that. Okay, some x and y goes there by mistake. So the pendulum is defined with an x and y, okay. And then here, p update, oh, this should be an array, yes, because we are in the vector place. I couldn't use vectors, I think, for the pixels because they do have x, y. Okay. So let me disable now this pendulum. This particle logging there, it's filling up the console and I don't want that. Okay. Okay. It's something. It's something cool. I like it. Length needs to be a parameter. And these points here, maybe they can be a little lower down. So in the avatar where I'm defining the first and the last point, I'm gonna put here minus 41. So now this is lower and the last one should be also somewhat lower, maybe 38. Good. And these lengths, I think they can vary. So in the pendulum the length is set to this. I put a default of that, but here when defining the avatar it's gonna be no, not that one, this one. The second one I think can be 35. I'm giving myself a haircut. Let's put this one also a bit lower. This is fine. Okay. This point is too much to the right. I don't like it there. So let me put here 34. Good. Okay. It's something interesting. Definitely interesting. I like it. I would like it to bounce somehow. Let's try to make these as double pendulums. It's not as hard as it sounds, I think. Double pendulum. Okay. Length divided by 2 and one more particle that is going to be with the length. So it's going to have a midpoint here. And segments will be 2 segments. And the second one is going to be like that. Like that. And that's it, I think. I just need to go here and replace with double pendulum. And I get an error. Double pendulum is not defined because I'm not including it anywhere. Okay. It has a different shape now a little bit different behavior than before, but somehow I think the gravity is maybe too much. Maybe even too much. Yes, too small, but that's what I want. More of this kind of movement. It's great, and because the pendulums have different lengths, then each hair is going to be behaving differently. Okay, great. I like it. This is awesome. I like it a lot. So what I'm gonna do next is do the back hair as well. So the back hair, similar to this, I think it's not too complicated. And then I'm gonna try to make the mouth move. So I will keep the hair ugly like this for now and think about it later how to get it better. But yeah, so styling the hair will be the fine-tuning part. So now let me add similar things for the back hair. So front hair is there, back hair, and let's have it very similar to this, the same in the beginning, but this needs to be longer. Maybe I just replace these 3s with the 6. And now the back hair goes through the same things like this. I refresh and it's there, but it should be in the back and it should be lower. So let's put here, let's replace this 4 with the 2, this 3 with the 1. I think that's fine. And this 6 with the 7. Okay, and the problem now, there are 2 problems actually. It should be opposite of what A is doing. So when you move the head up, this back hair has to go down. And when you do this, this back hair has to go up. So this back hair I want a reflection here. I want a, not a reflection, but a symmetric, a point that is symmetric somehow. This look at point that we define here in the beginning, I want it to have a initial values. So init x 0, init y minus 0.13. This is not the best way, the clearest way to do it, but I want to get this done. So I keep the same value so that they never change. And then in the avatar here, when we are moving this, so what I want to have here is a symmetric point on the other side of this one. So I'm going to say, I don't have the vector operations for x and y, but So init x and init y are going to just keep them static, right? Yes, so those are the initial locations of that A point. So now what I want is this point here is the initial one, so I want this pendulum to move down here, symmetric with respect to this pendulum. So I have this location and I have this location. If I subtract from x the initial x, I need this vector right here. I think it's like this. I would really like to use the same operations there as the vectors, but I think I could. I just want to get things done now. Maybe have time to refactor this. Yeah, this is good. This is very good. It's just confusing that the back here is in front. So let me move it in the back somehow. When we are drawing the head, I want actually behind the body, or I don't know. Yeah, behind the body also. So it's gonna be here. Great. They need to be longer. And this one is too high up. I can see it there. I don't want that. So the one on the right needs to be a little bit more to the left. And let's put here 8. Okay. Let me make everything a bit transparent. Doesn't work. I don't draw the head. I think it's fine. It's not fine. I don't like it. I think the front part, it's interesting that it's like that, but the back part, those pendulums are so long. that and the gravity is so weak that it affects them in some not so great way. So what I want to do is put here a value of 3, and in this update 2 here, gravity multiplier. Yes, so I will pass this to the physics. The idea is that I want them to be more solid than the ones in front. I mean, not so much bouncing around. And I just use this trick to get it to work. Of course, it's not a realistic simulation, but this is more about animation and how things look like and how they should look like when drawing something. So I don't care about reality, really. And I'm sending now this gravity multiplier to the double pendulum. Update physics items. Gravity multiplier. And gravity multiplier. And the update is going to be usually it's nothing, but otherwise it's gonna be scaling G with this gravity multiplier. So yeah, by default it's 1. And here we are not using the gravity, so we don't need to pass anything to this. I think. Let's save, allow. So the hair in the front is behaving in one way, the hair in the back is behaving more rigidly. If I'm gonna put this avatar to have here maybe 30, then those hairs in the back are gonna be very, very rigid. They are being pulled down so hard by that increased gravity that they are not allowed to move like the ones in front are jumping there. I'm not gonna exaggerate so much. I'm just gonna put here maybe 10. Yeah, I still want them to move somehow, but not extreme like that. Okay, great. I think I'm gonna take a break, and then what I'm gonna do next is gonna be something with this blue and my face, and I don't like really how that sounds. I hope that I can use this tape somehow and make some blue markers on the face, and I'm gonna move to do the mouth movements. Yes, he agrees. Good. Okay, so I'm gonna go have lunch and continue after that. Okay, I'm back, and we are going to do this mouth movement next. So I'm gonna begin it by adding a couple of more sliders, one that controls how the mouth opens like this, like that, and then another one upwards. And remember, only this part of the face moves actually, so this top part of the mouth is always going to be in the same place, but this is the down movement is what will happen. So I'm going to just change the shape of the beard here and this bottommost point to somehow be controlled by the sliders and also this empty space right here. I'm probably not going to draw an actual mouth, I hope. I think this empty space might be enough with the movement of the chin to give the idea of talking. Otherwise, it's more work. So let's see, I'm gonna go to index.html and I'm going to put some more sliders here on the right. So I'm going to say like this. And I think same settings as before, but update mouth. And update mouth. These will be some new functions there. So if I refresh, this is fine. And let's add at the top there something like look at. Yeah. And class. I think this is better. I'm gonna use capital values, and I don't need, I mean capital letters, and I'm not gonna need the column anymore. I think it's quite obvious what these are. I think that's good. So maybe here it's clear if I put column on the right of these words. Okay, so these need to do something, and update mouth is a function that doesn't exist. So let's go down to where this one is, and I'm gonna have to pass to, yeah, I don't know why I complicated things so much with this global variable. I think I'm just going to access the avatar and tell the avatar what is the value, and that's it. So like that. So inside of the avatar, I'm going to have a mouth. Attribute with 0, x, and y. And actually, this should be passed down to the beard as well, because the beard is what is going to change shape according to these values. So inside of the beard object, I'm going to say here mouth info. So some information about the mouth according to these sliders here. Okay. So now when we do this draw half beard, we need to remember what these shapes are, and it's not very complicated. We were moving here and then doing a curve here, a curve here, and then a line to here. Nothing changes so much. But now this point will change. So that point will change according to the mouth X. And then we have a line to here, here, here. All of these three will change with Y. So I'm just gonna guess some scalars for how much this info is going to affect. And let's see what happens. Okay, this mouth. So this is just going to pass a reference, and every time we change this object, it's going to should be updated in the beard as well. Yeah. Too much, way too much. So here in the beard, let's put .1. Maybe it's okay. I think it's okay. And vertically. This also needs to be smaller. Yeah, but I think that actually this last 2 points here could be a little bit lower. This 46. I think that's fine. So the mouth is like that. And actually, the bottommost point also needs the same thing here. So for the Y value, yeah, and let's make some constants here. So mouth stretch X is equal to this amount. And mouth stretch Y so that it's clear what these things that are also repeating very much mean. Okay, something is bad here. Because when the mouth closes like that, it I can see that bottom point, which used to be C, I think. So let me try to fix that. I'm gonna go to the avatar and in draw head, let's try to put this, yeah, very complicated function there for the translations and almost good. I see that line a little bit and I don't like it. But I don't think I needed a stroke. And then I just see the neck in the background. Yeah, let's see. So, and I don't actually need this code anymore. This was just for reference in the beginning. They were those cross shape thing for the head, I think. Yeah. And here, what if I just don't do the stroke? It's perfect. I don't see anything wrong with that. Great. Okay, good. So no need for this. And now that I have these controls for the mouth, I'm going to start to do some image processing here so that the mouth will, the mouth information comes from a set of points around the face. And actually the head should also come from my movement somehow. So I'm thinking one thing needs to be static somewhere. Like a blue point should be here. And then here on the side of the mouth, I need something. So 2 points here on the sides of the mouth. They should be quite close to the mouth, so this might be difficult to place. And I have the beard here, it's horrible. And then 1 point also needed here. So 2 points there, 1 point here, and 1 point here. So maybe then we use the bottom point relative to this point to figure out side-to-side movement. And no. I don't like that this point is changing vertically, and we might need this distance for something. Like we might need this distance for figuring out how much the head should move and so on. So then if you're talking like this, it might move your head in unexpected ways later. Will it? Yes. Basically, the up and down movement like this, it's the same as if my mouth opens. So I need this point for mouth up and down. But I also need something static, like maybe on the nose. So let's start with a point here and a point on the nose and see if we get just the head movement that we have now, and then do that more sophisticated thing. I have a bit of a worry that this camera here that I'm using in front is not that good, or let's see, can it recognize very small objects? I will have to play with the thresholds and things for the image processing. But first I'm gonna take this tape and I'm going to cut some things from the tape. So this is double-sided tape, and I'm hoping it will hold on my face. And I have this marker here that I'm going to color it with so that it's blue. I really didn't have, it was shops were closed yesterday and I couldn't buy anything better. I just had this tape at home. So of course, another option would be to draw on my face. I really hope I don't have to do that, and I think that the way that color behaves on skin is not so great. Okay, something works. So I made something like this by coloring some tape on one side, and I'm gonna put it here, I guess. And it's not fantastic because light reflects from it. I think it's recognized, but sometimes it may not be recognized. Yeah, not much I can do about it, I think. Maybe I can change the lights somehow in the room later. But let's do the one on the nose. And I'm gonna look funny for some time if this stays on my nose. Okay. Great. I really hope I win this. So, okay, some strange movements there happening. Let's move on to the image processing part. So here in Index, we were doing something with the video and getting the marked locations, but I'm not convinced that this function works that great. I would like to see the locations on the canvas here highlighted. Maybe I'm gonna turn these blue pixels into red pixels by changing the pixel color there. So let's display them. I'm going to loop. And now these are vectors actually. So I'm gonna loop through them and say cam ctx begin path, cam ctx fill style red, cam ctx arc, no, just a small rectangle, so rect at the location, so I can spread the location of I, and 1 pixel for the width and the height, and fill. So now I'm debugging on the small canvas there to see these are red. Not always red. So what's the problem here? If I go to the get marked locations, and if I bring this color here, okay, this is not always red. Not always. I mean, sometimes it doesn't look red at all. I think some problem can be with the threshold that I'm using. Maybe I could make it a bit higher, but I think that if it's too high, then maybe my shirt will look blue or let's try to go here 200, but this really depends on the room. No, something here is now turning blue. How about without the headset? No, some things there are just too much. So maybe this needs to be something like that. It might be good enough if there would not be these reflections there. So I'm gonna do something about the lights in the room. Okay, and now I can't see very well because I looked directly in the light. Going great. Still waiting. Good that time is ticking and I have maybe 3 hours left of available time I can use for this. I'm not gonna use anymore. Okay, getting a little better. So I think it's better. This detection seems to be better. And if I'm hiding these blue things, then the sliders work again. So of course I have to code now these things a little bit differently. So I want to know where this is and where this is. All right. So how do I do that? Well, I'm really concerned first about this bottom point. So this is my most important point there. And I want to detect it first. So let's figure out how to get this bottom point first. And let's just do here something like process image and move the code there because it starts to be horrible where it is at the moment. We may need to add some more files here. Actually, I'm gonna move these to camera file since that's where we initialize the camera and it's close enough to image processing at the moment. So function process image, and the video and the camera context are global variables. I think everything here should still work now. Yeah, so here this is just for debugging. So now the markers here on the right are not changing color, but if I put debug to true, I will also see point A there, but it's fine. And this does change like that. So inside of the camera file, I'm going to also here say find get constellation. So these are 2 stars, 2 points, and there will be 2 more here and probably 1 more here. So I'm gonna have a function that gets me this constellation from these marked locations. So of course now there are many locations here that are making this red point and this one, so they will need to be averaged or something. Let's get them like this and say here constellation, or just points is get those things. I don't know why I want to call it like that. The technical term is clustering, but I'm not going to use any clustering algorithm for this. I want it to be more reliable, and they tend to be either slow or too complicated or random in some cases. So I want to detect first this point with this get constellation function. And then I will want to draw them. So we'll get to that. But inside of this get constellation function, I want to say get the point with the minimum y value. So I think the point with the minimum y value must be inside of this one here, in this region. Many points here. So let's say min y point is find the point so that this location or this point that we are inspecting, this is a vector now, so the second component, it's the y, is equal to the maximum, actually, because y grows downwards on the computer. So maximum of the y values of the locations. So I'm going to say here locations map like this. So this is gonna give me an array. This map here is gonna give me an array of all the y values. Then the max is gonna be the maximum of those y values. And here we're gonna find the point with the maximum of the y values. So let's leave this here. And now let's return it for now. Just one point. Okay. And this is just one point now. And we were using something to draw this A point previously. So I don't know where that is. It's in Avatar, draw head, this one, the draw point. So I want this to happen now in the on the camera screen there. But it may not be very visible because here there's some scaling happening and here there's not. Let's just see what happens. So draw point, it's some utility function. Oh my, the canvas is not even specified. So CTX, and let me change this inside of the avatar, give it the CTX here, and we're not really using it anywhere, so that's good. Now here, cam CTX, and let's call this point now M point. So the one we are getting, the bottom point from here. This should be with X and Y. Undefined. Really, how is that possible? Because there must be some points there. To have some mistake here, let me just first log this part. Okay, so these look like some y values indeed. Oh, this is an array here. It's an array, and max doesn't work with array, it works with many parameter values. So I have to spread that array there. Okay. No error at least. But oh, should probably include this doc type here. So this thing doesn't appear anymore. Okay, I think the point that we are displaying is too small. So when we draw the point here, I'm gonna have to give it some bigger radius. Something is there now, but what happened to everything else? What happened? Did adding this doc type do something to my CSS? What? Really? How did that happen? Okay, so now the point is actually here, this small m there. So it's not exactly in the middle of all these red points here at the bottom, but maybe we'll get to that. First, I wanted to have this m point there. And I need to draw this a little bit bigger, it's just too small. So going back to the camera, and now I think it's too big, because if I'm gonna have many small ones there, yeah, it's good. A little bit fidgeting like that, but it's fine. So this is just a 1 point, the minimum y point. Now I'm gonna take the nose point. So to get the point on the nose, I'm basically gonna get the farthest away point from M. And I'm doing that. I think I can also get the one with the smallest y. But I'm gonna use this furthest away from trick later, so let's do that. I will say let I like that. I teach it better in this way. So going through all the locations, I'm going to calculate the distance between locations of I and the min y point, which is actually the max y point, because y grows downwards. So yeah, max. So the distance from each point to that one, and I'm going to take the maximum. So I'm going to say nose point is gonna be just some location like that, and that. And here, if distance is more than max distance, then max distance is gonna be distance, and nose point will be updated to be the location of I, something like this. So just getting the maximum, the furthest away point from this M point. And now I have 2 points that I want to return. So I'm gonna call these chest and max Y point, and nose point. I think I should call this one chest point. It's clear that it's the max y from this line of code there. So now I have two things that I'm returning, and I have here points, and or I could have destructuring here like nose and chest, and now I can say draw the nose point. Let's call it N actually for nose, and the other one, which is M here, let's call it C for chest. Okay. Okay, so I have the nose and I have the chest, and it seems to be quite reliable. Sometimes problems because of this shininess. I couldn't do everything I wanted with the lights because the window is also there and it's too complicated. But this is something that kind of works now, at least a little bit. And it can be much better in better room conditions or with different types of markers here that don't shine, because there are materials that don't shine out there, and I just happen to have a crappy one. Does this mask work as blue if I change the color? Nah, I think this is okay for this demo. Okay, so chest point, nose point. What do we do with them? Well, I need to know I need to calibrate the system. So I'm gonna add here a button that says calibrate in the HTML. Like that. And when we press on this, calibrate like that. I wonder if this is how you write calibrate. Anyway, I don't use internet, so I can't check. So calibrate, it should go also in the camera for now, at least. So what happens now here is that I really want to keep these as a global variable. So let's call these something like that. And now that, and here I can still destructure, so okay. And when I calibrate, I'm going to, let's just log this like that. Okay, so I have the nose and the chest coordinates when calibrated. So what I'm gonna do is when I press calibrate, I'm going to make a copy of these points. Yeah, I will say here the reference location. So the reference is going to be the one when you press the calibrate, and then we're going to calculate relative to those somehow. So constellation points reference is equal to nose is going to be like that, and the chest is going to be like that. So now I can log it after that, and if I'm going to press calibrate, I'm going to get the nose and the reference, and if I move now a little bit and I check constellation points like this, I should get I'm losing them. Yeah, I'm losing them. I'm replacing them here. So let's add the code as before, like this. And now I just write here constellation points nose is equal to nose. I think this is gonna work. Yeah, now they're equal, but if I'm moving and I'm debugging, they are not equal anymore. So relative to this change, so depending on this change somehow, because I need to know how far is n from C to be able to do the head movement like this properly. So now I don't need this log anymore. I believe they are working. Based on this calibration, here I want to, based on nose and chest now, and the reference nose and chest, I'm going to figure out something here. So let's get the distance between nose and chest. So distance between nose and chest, let's just call this D1, and D2 is going to be the distance between the constellation points ref nose and constellation points ref chest. So these are the other values when we press the calibrate button. So two distances here. So now depending on how much these distances change, if D2 is exactly equal to D1, then the head is gonna stand still. But if D1 is gonna be bigger, it means the head should go up. So D1 minus D2, and then we figure out some kind of scalar for that. So I'm gonna say here D1 minus D2 the difference on y, so this is D1 minus D2, and that's gonna be the value for this. And I'm not gonna change x anymore, I'm just debugging now, so the head can't move. All right, we need to have a reference. So without pressing calibrate, nothing happens. And now if I calibrate, very interesting. Very interesting. Yep. Way too much. We divide by the height. And I think I messed something up here. It should be D2 minus D1. Calibrate first. Okay, but I want more stronger than that. So let's scale this by something, let's say 5 times what it's doing at the moment. I press calibrate. Okay, and now horizontally nothing happens, but it's easy, I think. Let's just call this y1 and y2. They mean some distances to the nose. Or no, they were the distances, yes, sorry. But horizontally we need something similar. So we don't use actually the reference anymore. I just want to know if n is on the left or on the right of this C right here. So yeah, so I'm gonna say diff x is nose x minus chest x. And also I'm gonna divide this by I want to divide by this D1 actually. Let's see. I'm starting to get tired and I can't really explain anymore why I think some of these things work. But basically the distance, this distance I want to use somehow for normalizing. And this should be here and this code should work now. I mean, should be active. Okay, very interesting. Very interesting. Something is strange. Oh, these don't have x and y, they have 0 and 1. I hope. And I'm interested in x, so 0 for both of them. Nice, I like it. Maybe multiply this by 2. Okay, calibrate. Yeah, this starts to feel awesome. I'm really excited about this. Sometimes crazy stuff happens, like if a point disappears. But that's just how it is. I don't even know what to do about things like that. It will work in very good lighting conditions, even better than this room. And if these things don't shine, I think this room is quite good actually, but the material on these things is not great. So some crazy stuff can happen when I'm testing, but and there's a fidgeting here. You can see the head somehow fidgeting all the time because I'm not actually detecting very well the center of all the blue points there. So I would like to do that eventually. Let's fine-tune this later. So I want now to detect points on the side of the mouth. No, this point on the bottom of the mouth next. No, the sides of the mouth. So I need to cut some more of this tape, and I'm gonna do it in a smarter way now. I'm going to actually peel the outer layer. I can't draw on the outer layer because it's too slippery and the color just leaves off. It's this kind of wax paper. So I'm gonna draw here blue on one side for 3 more points. Like that. And now I just cut these. Always important to pay attention to what you're doing, normal things that what you're doing, and see what can be improved. Because if you keep doing something in a bad way, like how I drew these the first time, then you never become better at things. I don't think it will stay there. Stays on my lip. Not where I want it to be. I want it to be here on the side. Nope. I'm in trouble. This bottom part of the lip is fine. So at least I can do that. It's not the best, but it stays here, I think. The other ones, I really don't know what to do about them. So one here for opening the mouth is definitely possible, but I can't open the mouth sideways, which is... Hello, 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 hello. Maybe the points here. Hello, hello. They are too much, how to say, now they are on the side of the face and they are really getting light from the window, and it's a problem there. It really needs to be here. Maybe I can somehow wrap it around my beard. Is this? I don't know how reliable this is. Because from the front you just don't see it now. Or maybe something. So somehow wrapping it around the beard and inwards at the same time. Yeah, hard to describe what I'm doing. I don't know how to say it. But I might be able to pull this off. Let's see. Is it getting anything? Maybe on the outside? No. Okay. Ow! Horrible. I'm gonna have to make new ones. I think that attaching it to the beard like that works. Yeah. I think attaching it to the beard does something. But then I have to use two types of tapes. So one of it is gonna be just to attach to the beard. So I'm gonna put it just here like that, I think. And yeah, something like that. And the next one is gonna be this normal blue thing, which I have to do again. And attach it. What? Oh, great. Yeah, new point coming in somewhere. Something like that. It's not very good, but I think it will work. I think something will work, and I probably look horrible. And can I still drink? Yeah. So we have 2 points, and now I want to get this, let's just call it left, right, and L, R, B. So that's how these points are going to be called, L, R, and B. And let's get point L or R. It doesn't matter, they are kind of the same thing. And the property of that will be that the sum of distance from this one to this and to this must be maximum. So the farthest away point from here is going to be that point that has the biggest possible distance to N and C. So let's call that point L point, and say that it's the location of 0 as before. I'm going to copy this code, and a new max distance. I'm just going to reinitialize it with 0, and the distance is going to be the distance to the chest point plus the distance to the nose point. So yeah, then L point is going to be the new one, and let's just call it L point, like this. So now with our constellations here, I just want to draw it. So L of 0, L of 1, and let's just call it L. I need to destructure it here as well. Okay, so L is a point, and it's either here or in the other place. I could force it to be one or the other, but for now it doesn't. I will do it later. Let's get R also. So R is going to be, if you know L, like if L is this, R is going to be the point that is the furthest away from all the other ones. So I'm going to go here and say R, like that. And I copied this with R point, and here I'm going to also add the distance to L point. Let me write these distance sums one under the other so that it's more visible what is happening here. And this is going to be R point. Okay. No, it's not good. Something is not good. So first problem is when I'm drawing them, this should be R here. Okay. Okay. So why it doesn't work? So I'm having now L here, okay, and when, or L here, and when L is here, R is for some reason there, next to C, because it prefers the distance there. So L and N, distance to L and distance to N is so far away, yeah, that it's better to be down there than here. These will be short and only one long. So I think maybe trying, instead of a sum, doing a product there is going to emphasize that even more. So let's see. Okay, so now this system seems to work. Not big difference in L and R, but it is what it is. With different kind of markers, it can be even better. And probably if I get closer, or let's see later. And the last one, just the same thing again. The point that is furthest away from all other points. So I'm gonna call that B for bottom of the mouth. Let's have B, 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 B point, B point, B, B, also the distance to R there. Okay. Not good. Not good. So yeah, again, it's better to have a position like that. I think what I'm gonna do, because the chest point here is so low and it's such a big problem, either move the point upwards a little bit. So if this point here would be no, that's not helping much. Let's put a weight on this chest point, make it smaller. No, that's not the problem. The problem is that B is such a great place for being far away from all the other ones. So maybe we divide by the distance to the chest point. No. So I want a point that is far enough from N, L, and R, but if you get too close to that point, it's bad. No, I think that I had this the other way around. What if I use here the minimum distance? The minimum distance to R, L, N, and B. So minimum distance, if distance is less than the minimum distance, then the minimum distance is updated like that. No, because now it's going to choose a point that is it's exactly 0. How about with the previous addition from before? Huh? And how about squaring these? So squaring these individual distances. No, why does it go there where... Oh, I'm looking for a minimum distance, but this is a very small one to begin with. Okay, now it works. I think many of the others would have worked as well. Too many details to start to explain. But basically B is quite close to the center of mass of all the other points. So I used it in that way. This definition here with the sum of squared distances it's there now. And I can do a check here that if L point x, 0 is greater than R point of 0, then swap these. I think I can do something like this in JavaScript, maybe. Okay, now L, R are proper, N is proper, B is proper, C is proper. Everything is fine. But, and of course if I calibrate, head still moves like this, but the other things are not appearing anywhere. So what will happen next is let's just put here in the calibration, in the reference points, I'm gonna put also L R and B. That's the first thing. And now let's calculate a distance between B and N. So B and N, it's going to give us a distance for how the mouth is opening. So B goes down and N always stays where the nose is. I can't move my nose. So let's say BN1 is gonna be distance from nose to B, and BN2 is gonna be a distance from let's just say here ref is equal to that, so that I don't write this everywhere, it's just horrible. Okay, so ref knows ref B. So bn diff y is gonna be equal to bn1 minus bn2, probably like that. I don't want to think about it anymore. If it's not one, it's going to be the other. And this difference is going to be divided by wait. B1. Let's keep the same logic and see what happens. So with this bn diff, I'm gonna say update mouth with value and y. Yeah. Okay. So let's try calibrate. Everything broke. Ref nose and ref B. Oh, the constellation points are missing the other ones. Okay, calibrate. Opposite. So needs to be opposite and needs to be multiplied by something more. So I had it right in the first time, and let's multiply this by 5 or something. Calibrate. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, 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 hello. I think this can be even 6, but I'm gonna try with 7. Hello, hello, hi, hello, hello. L and R points are not really moving. I'm not using them yet, but nothing seems to happen, at least not yet. This fidgeting is what I'm gonna fix next. So what I'm gonna do is I really like it. I did something really great. I'm happy with this. So the fidgeting, I'm gonna take an average of the points. I'm gonna average the points in their neighborhood here. Somehow. And replace L, R, B, and nose and chest with the actual average there so that they don't jump around so much. And then this animation will be also smoother on the left. It's not good as it is. So let's try that. Next. Now that we have all of those points there, I'm going to go through. Let's create sets of points that are closer to N, to L, to B, to R, and to C. So I'm going to call these N set, like this, C set, B set, L set, R set. And now I'm going to loop through all of the points and I'm going to say to calculate 5 distances. N dist is going to be distance from logs of I to nose point. And the others will be like same. C distance, B distance, L distance, R distance. And this is gonna be chest point. This is gonna be B point, L point, and R point. And now I want to put these in the set where the distance is the minimum. So let's get the min. Is gonna be math.min of N dist, C dist, B dist, L dist, R dist, like that. And I'm going to say if min dist is gonna be equal to N dist, then N set push logs of I. And else, if min dist is C dist, then C set is gonna be logs of I. Then B dist here, B set is gonna be getting logs of I. L set, R set. Yeah. So now I have sets of points for each of those things. So these points are going to be nearest to the ones that are marked on with the letters on the camera. But now I can calculate the average of each of those and replace each of those points, like nose point, chest point, B point, and so on. So nose point is going to be average of N set, chest point B point, L point, and R point. So R set, L set, B set, C set, N set. Might be confusing what I'm doing now, but look at the points now and look at this fidgeting on the right, and it should be gone when I refresh if I didn't make any errors. Errors. Okay, chest point is const. Okay, calibrate. much more stable. So I'm gonna actually have a tutorial someday about this lightsaber effect, and I will teach better there what I did here with the averaging. So I don't know if it's already out when you're watching this or if it's coming, but we did it. I averaged the points and now they became stable because they are not represented anymore by one single point, but by many points. Many points averaged together, and they are not fidgeting so much. Yeah, this is great. Wow, I'm really happy with that character moving there when the points are not blocked. Otherwise, it's horrible. Okay, let's try also these side points, these L and R. Maybe they work, who knows. So I'm gonna copy this code like this and say LR diff with the X, LR1, LR2, LR diff X is gonna be LR1 minus LR2 divided by D1 multiplied by something, and LR diff X there. So let's see. Calibrate. I'm looking straight at the camera. Hey, it kind of works. Hello, hello. Wow, wow, this works. How about if you put bigger value here? 9, not 79. Okay, calibrate. Hello, 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 I am Radu's avatar. Hello, I'm Radu's avatar. Maybe with the mouth it would look even better. Let's see if I redesign it to have a mouth in the end. I think I need a few minutes break and then I have about 1.5 hours left to do this. So during my break, I think I'm gonna record myself saying something with these things on my face so that I can play with this method also without these things on my face. I mean to play with this thing. So I will record myself saying something, and when we come back, when I come back, I will make this work with the camera or only with the sliders or with the video that I'm gonna record. And I like it a lot. And then fine-tuning, drawing these to look like hair, kind of like in the original drawing. And these strings here. They are small, minor. It's much more interesting what happens up here now, but I like them. Great. So I will take a 5-10 minutes break and record also something meanwhile. Okay, I'm back, and I recorded a short video to test this. I don't know if it works yet, but I added it here as this MP4 file in the folder. And I think it's really easy to test. Here I just have to put something like MP4. Of course, it's still gonna initialize the webcam and do whatever, but it's gonna replace the data from the webcam with the source coming from that video. Let's see if it works. Hi, I am Radu's avatar. Testing. 1, 2, 3. It crashed. 4, 5, but it's talking there something, and that's me from the video. It crashed because of a course, so it's trying to load the file from the computer and do some processing with it, like image processing, and the browser doesn't like that. I think I need to make this into a server, so let me go to show the status bar in this Visual Studio Code, and I have this live server extension. Allow access, and now instead of going to this location, I'm just going to put here the localhost IP address and this 5500 port.
Hi, I am Radu's avatar.
Okay.
Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
There were some problems there with some of those things disappearing sometimes, but let's refresh and press the calibrate also quickly somehow, or I don't know. I want this to actually calibrate here.
Hi, I am Radu's avatar. Hi, I am Radu's avatar.
Wow, every time I'm saving something, it's updating there. The server works differently.
Hi, I am Radu's avatar. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, this calibrate can't be called there yet because the image processing hasn't happened yet. So I'm gonna take it out.
Hi, I am Radu's avatar. Testing.
I'm also going to disable the sound here.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hi, I am Radu's avatar. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hi, I am Radu's avatar. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Not very bad, not very bad. I like it. Let me disable the sound because this is disturbing every time I change something in the files. This is updating in the browser and talking. I can't concentrate when he's talking, when I'm talking there like that. So maybe that seems to work. So the voice is not there anymore. So there is some small problem with the mouth here and also here. And I wonder if I can work with different thresholds that are better so that it works for all the cases. Let's see. 195. Was it perfect? There was a little bit of a jumpiness, but not much. Only if you look on the right side, then this B was jumping at some point, but only a little bit. The mouth looked okay, I think. Yeah. Okay, I think this is just good. So I have a demo now as well. I can put this on my website and show it to the judges later. Otherwise, it's very hard for somebody to test this application. Of course, you could do something with these sliders, but it's not as great as when you see it in action, and people won't put these things on their face or wouldn't know how to do it unless they see some example like this. So I'm happy I did that. Let's change the input somehow based on if you want to use the sliders or this video or your own webcam. So in index.html, I'm going to go and say here, now where do I want to put this selection for the input? I think the sliders shouldn't even appear. Yeah. So sliders should actually be called side panel. And here, these are the sliders now. And sliders can be invisible, I mean not added to the DOM, if the video is playing and in the beginning. And I want the video to be playing in the beginning, but I don't necessarily want the camera access, because people don't like to share their cameras on website usually. So also the calibrate button not needed if the video is there. So okay, and now we can add this kind of select component. Let's call it input and ID of input, and now I'm gonna give it some options inside. So option with the value of video, and the other ones are just going to be camera and sliders. Okay, great. So these will be here. It needs a label. Let's give it also on a new line. and okay, here okay, so inside of this camera.js file, I think I'm going to just initialize the video with element here at the top, like this. And I'm actually gonna copy this here. This navigator, media devices, blah, blah, blah. This should be inside the function called initialize camera. And we only call that when we change that selection, I think. And what will happen then is, so by default, the page should load the video first. Okay, it wants some kind of a start button or something. Let's add here or I don't know, now it worked. So it begins with the video. Or no, maybe it will want us to do that. So let's just put here a button that calls, a button that says start. Like this. And the start function, let's just go to the camera for now and say here start something is wrong there. This needs to be here. It changes the size already now. Now start, and it begins, and I think that it won't complain anymore about problems. So it starts that, but if we change this to the camera, I want to do initialize camera, and then I don't want to do this anymore. I do want to say that the source object is going to be the data from there. Or maybe I do want to do these because maybe I'm going to create a new video. I'm going to set its source object like that, not like this. Because the camera, your camera might be different than my camera when I recorded the video and so on. So yeah. So the start here should be start video, maybe, let's see. So when I refresh and I press start, this is gonna start. And it's great, I like it. And when I change the camera or sliders, some things should happen. So let's make here an on change. Okay, so here we have camera sliders video, and switch info.value if we have video. Then what happens? Let me close many of these things from here. So I think I want to have this one like that. And I actually think it should be reinitialized here. So let's just have it null in the beginning. Reinitializing it like that. This volume, I should remember to put it back to maximum. Start, break. And now if this is a camera, then we are gonna do initialize camera. Okay. So start the video starts. If I change this to camera, it works, but I think I'm in different positions and it's not calibrated or something. Video is great. Yeah, something is wrong. Oh, this headset was making some bad colors, I think. Okay, now it's good. So video seems to work. It starts, it's doing some different things there. Camera. Okay, let's put also the video with the volume to 1. Hide this, because I wonder if the video plays in the background.
Hi, I am Radu's avatar. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So the video is playing in the background, and I think we should do video stop before starting something else. If possible.
Hi, I am Radu's avatar. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Oh.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hi, I am Radu's avatar. Testing.
Okay.
Hi, I am Radu's avatar.
I want to start in the beginning to just start the video without the option to give the input. So I'm gonna remove the input from there just in the beginning. So I'm gonna say here input display none, input container display none, and the input container will be inside of this thing. So okay, and these line breaks I think should be also inside there. More line breaks here, maybe inside this video output. Okay, so now you just have the option to press start there.
Hi, I am Radu's avatar. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So when we press the start, I'm gonna make this input appear. And this start button should disappear because we don't need to press start anymore, I think. Yeah. Okay, so now we have the video, we change to the camera. Calibrate button should be there with the camera, so we need that. Everybody's gonna have different markers on their face, and if they ever try this, but I will. So calibrate button. No need to calibrate with the video, it's just confusing. It does the calibration. It should do the calibration automatically. Let's put here on the first frame. So auto calibrate set to true. So on the first frame, when there is no constellation points there, we calibrate. Yes. Yeah, I think this is good. But I don't want auto calibration for the camera because people need to see themselves first. So now it doesn't work, but if I press calibrate, hello, hey, hello, hello, la 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 la. Oh, something was happening with this point. Okay, this is very funny. Come on, a little more energy. I need more energy. Video. Yeah, it starts well and it auto-calibrates itself on the first frame there. Camera. Calibrate. Hello. Ha ha ha. Great. And the sliders doesn't do anything yet. Let's put this to be initialize video, initialize camera, initialize sliders. And now in the beginning, the start button is going to be initialize video. Yeah. And the sliders here, so right. So initialize sliders, this should be in something like control panel. Let's make control panel JS, just move some functions there. Like that. And from here, so the initialize sliders is gonna be something like what? We have the sliders here that need to be turned on. We want the video output to be turned off. So sliders vid output. Getting some messages. Have to check. Yeah. Okay, so vid output none, and make sure that the sliders are off in both of those cases. So start the video, then they can change the camera, for example, but nothing will really happen here unless they do something serious like this. What happens if they press calibrate now? So somehow with a marker like this, funny things happen. Very funny things happen. You really need to have points on your face like I have. And then it works. Okay. Sliders. Okay. No, not okay. The video needs to be not active anymore. Maybe this video pause is enough. And constellation points has to be set to nothing. Let's see if now it's different. So video is there, camera is there, calibrate. Okay. Funny. Seems to work. I want a line break between the after the sliders. Why don't they work? I think the video is still there. So in the camera we have process image. This is gonna happen all the time. Here. Video, it needs to be put to null. We need to put it to null here. That will make the sliders activate. Yes. Okay, great. But now we are gonna work with this video, I think, and maybe with the camera if these things still stay on my face. Calibrate. Would be good to have some kind of instructions here what to do. Maybe. Start is not defined. Oh. Where is the video? Getting tired. This is some common behavior. It should be grouped together. calibrate below the camera, I think, below the input. I'm gonna move that button there. It's better like that. Yeah. Okay, good. We have something. We have something that works here, and even with this video, I like it. Problem now is just that these styles are horrible. This hair needs to look like hair. And I still need some energy, and I don't know how to get it. But come on, it's a little bit more effort. I think I can do something, maybe. I like the hair. I really like the hair. What's wrong with this C now? It's getting color from the... It's getting glare from the light. I don't think I can do much about the lights to make it better, but this is really great. I'm really happy with what I have done. And for the hair, let's do this. So I want to connect now this point to this point. Maybe influenced by this point. Yeah. Let's do that. So move to here, line to here, curve to this place, and see what happens. So inside of the avatar, actually in the hair, okay, head is something that is empty. I don't think we use head anywhere. I remove this head now. So hair, not in the hair, but inside avatar, because this is where we define these front hairs. So what I'm gonna do now is here where we are drawing, that's not gonna be used anymore at the end. And I'm gonna say draw front hair, a function on the CTX, actually a method here. draw front hair like this, and I would say begin path, move to this front hair of 0. So this is gonna be now the first pendulum, particles of 0, and these are arrays, so I can do spreading here. Location. Okay, and line 2, particle 2 location. So this is gonna draw a line. Let's make CTX stroke, and let's make this one yellow. So this line right here that you can see in yellow, here. So now let's try CTX quadratic curve 2, and it's gonna go to the second hair, the base of the second hair, with the second hair control point from the middle. Yes, and here, comma. So this is what I'm getting. Now my drawing here, okay, it's kind of like in reverse actually. The curves are in reverse here. So I should use this as the control point. No problem. Okay, something like that. And I will do the same thing for the other one. Looks nice. I would like to have another hair somewhere on the left here that I won't draw, but it will affect this other hair and the other things. Yeah. So let's actually do that. Have another pendulum in even more to the left here, like 3, 2. Oh, this is the back hair. Okay, that's good. Or even 41. It doesn't matter if it's outside. So what I will do now is that hair strand here is not gonna be drawn. So I'm gonna go, it's just gonna influence the others. It's crazy what I'm doing. So then I'm actually gonna start at the first hair here and continue to do as previously, But now instead of this line 2, I would like to have it influenced by this point. So this is not straight anymore. So I'm going to replace that line 2 with another quadratic curve, and end location will be that, but this will be that. What? No line 2. Yeah, this is what I want. That's what I want. Okay, so now that I'm here, I'm gonna repeat the same thing. But here I'm gonna have 1, here I'm gonna have 2, here I'm gonna have 2, and here I'm gonna have 3. Like that, great. And now I really feel like I want this to be more in the middle, more on the left. So this is now front hair of 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, maybe, yeah. And maybe this also a little bit to the left. Actually, this one also a little bit to the top. And the next one a little bit to the left. And I would like actually the first one to be even more to the left. I don't care that it's outside like that. And maybe even more. And the first one here, maybe 31. Okay, and I will need another one at the end. So like that for the influence of this last strand. So now I'm gonna do a little bit of things in reverse. It's gonna change the direction. Let's add one more strand there. 2 on the left and 3 on the right. There are too many here in this original one. I don't want to waste time on that now. So I want one more strand, so let's group these more. So this goes even more to the left, maybe 1, 5. 28. And another one here. 32. No. 40. 37. 26. 13. Something like that. So now going back to this place, let's do third hair. So from here, we're actually going to go influenced by four, maybe? This is now 3 and this is 4. No. This is 5. No, this is 4. This is 5. Yeah, okay, now I got it. Okay, so now I have the third hair and fourth hair. 5, 5, 6, 5. Okay. Fifth hair, 6, 6, 7, 6. Something is not good. Yeah, the point that I'm using to influence here, I think this should be 4. No. No, we're done. We are done. I forgot the last one is just to guide the things. So now that we have done all these things, I think all I need to do is fill, not stroke. Okay, and probably I want one more line too, and I'm gonna go in this middle point right here so that I will cover part of this bold area. Maybe that's enough. Let's see. So 0, 1, 2, 3. Align to three particles of 0 location. Maybe it's enough, I hope. And now I don't want to draw these anymore. Oh boy, I look bold. I think that's maybe a sign that I'm becoming bold. It's fine. Yeah. Let's see how it looks like with the video. Nice. Okay. Let's put the sliders on. Okay. It's pretty okay. Let me add back the stroke. And I think this one is just too much to the right. So and this one, yeah, like that. Now when I'm actually drawing the hair, I could move this point lower so that I don't look so bold. Let's see. Draw half hair, topmost point, okay. But what was this point here? I don't know. I think it's something on the side. The control point, probably it's that one or the outer one. Rightmost point. Okay, probably that one. Wow, I look so cool. I don't know how I did that. I like it. But I don't look like that. So it wasn't that point. I think it's this point right here. So yeah. Okay. And let's disable now that stroke from here, the yellow line that I don't want to see anymore. I think these control points here need to be, I don't have hair that goes like that in the down there. Yeah, so this control point needs to be a little bit lower. Not that. I think here I need no, this is the outer control point. Okay. Oh yeah. This one. Mm. It's okay. It's okay. I think the hair can be lower. The front hair can be lower. Yeah, I like this. It's better. It could have few more hairs, I think, but it's not bad. It's not bad at all. Hello? Hello! Hello. I, I think that the initial video is so boring compared to what you can make it do. I want to do the hair in the back as well. And then these front things. So for the hair on the back, I'm gonna do similar tricks. And I also want to have another one on the left somewhere that is outside the screen. Or actually, this might still be in the screen. Maybe something like that. Let's see. And a last one. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's gonna be good. So I'm gonna do the same thing for draw back hair. So this draw front hair, does it have the same number of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. it's almost the same, but without the last one. This could be made definitely with a loop, and I wouldn't have to reuse that, but somehow I like that I could style them individually, and if you would like one of them to be a little bit different, you have control like this. So I know this code could be half this size, but I prefer to have this kind of control here. So now this front hair will be replaced with the back hair everywhere here. So let's just do okay, something is happening, but the drawing of the back hair is now on the front and I want it to be here, and okay, nice. um, okay, needs to be bigger. Needs to be bigger, you don't see it well enough, so let me put here 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. Okay, and these ones on the side, I think they can be even more, so 5 and 6. Maybe. And these ones, not bad. Oh, this is bad. So I think the top part of these can be lower. Too much. 85, 85, 80. And I think that something is wrong here. I don't want it to move maybe that much up and down. I don't know. It's somehow moving too much up and down. Yeah, I think I will just move the outsides a little bit more in. Let's say this is now 55 and this is 55. And this can be 38 and 39. And I think that now shouldn't be the problems anymore. They're okay. But that gravity thing, I think it's too much. I want to see it moving more. So the gravity multiplier, not there. Where is the multiplier? Where am I calling that? Oh, in the double pendulum. Oh yeah, this update to method. This is the kind of thing that you really forget what it's doing after some time. Okay, and I want the sides of the hair here to be closer to the other ones, so 23, 20, no, 28. No, not the front hair. Back hair. Okay, that one. Oh, the side hairs are too long now. Mm-hmm. These don't really matter. Okay. Yeah. These ones are too far to the side. I like this shape more. These movements are just way too much. So I think that what I want to do here is put more emphasis on the initial location. Yeah. Oh no, something is horribly wrong. This one maybe doesn't need that. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. I want to move this point a little bit to the left. So no, minus 36 and 36. It's a little funny. I think that these sliders are just too much, allowing too much freedom. I'm gonna put them even less, because in the real movement this never happens. So I'm gonna put here minus 3 on the y, plus 3 on the y. Mm-hmm. And maybe even 2, and the step is gonna be 0, 5. Okay, and I think this hair can be a little bit more to the right. They are too close now. So let me go back to the avatar and try again 20 here. 25. Okay. Nice. So one thing that could be tried is actually add one more hair on the front to partially cover the ears. I think that would be a great effect. I'm gonna still try to do that. And also limit this x a little bit. I think that minus 0.4 and plus 0.4 is just enough. I mean, I'm cheating here, not doing a real 3D, and it can show if I'm not paying attention. And of course, people will notice it's obviously a 2D animation there. And I think here it's just too much movement still, so let me... Or it's fine. Okay, I'm gonna try also something with the front hair. Maybe I call it side hair. Let's say side hair, and left. I'm just gonna copy these things. I need just 3 pendulums. The one in the middle is gonna do the actual drawing. So this side hair left, update and draw. Yeah, so just copying the one that we had previously. And draw side hair. Left. Oh my, this needs to be extracted into its own function. And done some loop there. I'm too tired now. And it's gonna stay like this. So let's see if I have energy at some point to fix the code. So this is actually all we need there. Yeah, this is the side hair, but now we need to tweak it a bit. So the side hair on the left, this point here, okay, I have to comment out this front hair and this back hair, it's confusing too much. So why is it like that? Side hair left, and also these many things, I don't want them anymore. Yeah, so okay, it's good, but these things need to be more to the left, I think. Yeah, let's put 6 here, 4 here. Something like that, maybe. And up, more up. Okay, something like that. So how does this look like with the sliders? Nice. Almost nice. Too much to the left here. Let's just put it so that it's 50, 42, 31. Okay. Okay, that's good, I think. Okay, so I think we can do another one. On the other side. I'm just gonna put positive signs here and hope for the best. Side hair right. Let's reactivate the back hair. I'm gonna draw these if debug. front hair if debug and side hair right. Probably would have been much better to write loops there. At least here I'm gonna make draw side hair function, and here I'm gonna say side hair left, and I mean draw side hair method, and right just object. So I will replace this with the argument, and I don't need to copy those. I just can't concentrate anymore, so it has to be like that. Okay, better maybe. Let's put debug to false. Not like that. Okay, so those things are not visible there, and I like it. It's much more personal this way. Let's see, calibrate. Yeah, yeah, great. I really like it. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, so these things, it's the last thing. And then I'm gonna take a break, do something else, and come back in maybe half hour or so, and see whatever quick polishing I can still do. And I'm done with this. So it was amazing. Okay, these things. I will make an option for the debug there. Oh yeah, the horrible nose. I forgot it's so horrible. I don't need these click listeners anymore. Why should I remove this? Probably it means this alpha thing. I don't need the image anymore. The reference image. Yes, I can actually delete it from the project here. And in the beginning I'm loading it somewhere. Image, no need for image, and I just need to animate. Yeah, good. Fantastic. It's so great. Why don't people do this? It's awesome. Awesome. And now I'm thinking about that project that we cut off the list with the scanning website that scans your body and so on. It's not very complicated to actually change this so that you would do some face profiling. like how big are somebody's eyebrows and what is the skin color, and I don't know, things like that, how far apart the eyes are, the big the nose is, and so on. And then with that, you could change this avatar automatically. So of course that one probably meant something different, like that the actual textures and the avatar you're making is pretty much looking like you. But this is, in my opinion, much better. It's much more creative. Yeah. Okay, those things I want to get them done, and then I need to do something for half an hour, and then fine tuning. Probably debug button here if people want to see what is happening behind the scenes. Yeah. Right. Mm-hmm. I said I'm doing those threads on the shirt, but I'm doing something else. I'm just cleaning up some of this code. Okay, much better structure here. That thing. Avatar. Okay, 5 minutes. Avatar. Left string and right string. So update and draw. So I don't want to draw them like this. I want to say CTX begin path, CTX fill style, and I'm gonna do an RGBA black with some transparency like that, and probably same for a stroke style. So what I want to do here is get draw this as a circle which is a dark transparent, and I don't need to define new colors. Pendulum init location x y a radius of something full circle. And no more drawing this left string like that. And CTX fill, CTX stroke, too big. Great. I would really like to do these ellipses. It's so easy to do, but no time now. Circles are just too perfect. Eyes as well. At least a little bit ovalish. It's enough to make it so much more organic. So, okay. This, that. Okay, both of these are there. And now just a line to something like that, but thicker. I don't like that they're so straight. I'm gonna do a quadratic. Curve to going there, but somehow I want a point here. Anywhere, really. Yeah. That's fine. And same here. But other side. Okay. Somehow I would like the body to move a bit more. And these things to move more. It's just too small movement, I think, for them to be picked up. Yeah, so maybe in the physics I'm gonna put the gravity less. No, that's just fine. They wouldn't swing that much anyway. And again, this is some kind of very small thing that I wanted there. No need to worry about it. So what I do want to do is have this curvature a little bit different. So +3. It's good. And I want the thickness to be more. CTX line width. Yeah. Okay, now they look better. Right. Way too much movement on the side. I don't like it. I think it was fine, more fine like that. It needs to be subtle, I think. It's the head that it's doing the movement. And the side, just a little bit difference there. Okay. One more test with the camera. Calibrating. Blah, 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 blah. Hello. Is this good? Should I do more? Great. Okay, wow, something crazy is happening when when not all points are recognized. Wow, this is fantastic. I'm so happy I did this. Yeah. Okay, I'll take a break and then really wrap up all this page and that's it. I'm back. So I still want to do a couple of things. Add a debug option so that, for example, when this video starts here, you don't see those things there. Actually, those need to be added somewhere. Let me see. This draw point. So this is if debug like that. It's easy to do that part. But yeah. But I want to have an option there. So I need to use kind of a checkbox maybe. So let's put input type checkbox. Okay, and let's write here debug. Like this. And yes. And give it an ID. Debug check like this. So our debug value no, I don't want it. It was fine like that. So on change toggle debug this, and what will happen now is that okay, so I compare it like that. So I say if this is, it was true or false. So debug is equal to that. And it doesn't need to be a constant anymore. So now there are a lot of points there being visible. Points in the video also, like control points. Yes, but this jumps way too much somehow. Yes. I think I just put this one at the very top to avoid these kind of nasty issues. Okay. Camera. Calibrate. What? What is happening? I need to see with the debugging. Oh, the headset is on. It's confusing. It has some kind of parts that reflect blue light. Yeah, awesome. I like it. What happened? What happened? I didn't see what happened. Debugging was this. It's pointing upwards and the light is reflecting. Okay. Okay, yeah, great. No debug. Awesome. Great. Okay, video. This needs the sound to be on. Let's remove also these debugging statements. Does that happen in the camera? Index? No, we were in index. Where is this coming from? Control panel. Oh, okay, I forgot we did that. I don't need that value anymore. Put volume on. I mean, we don't need this anymore, so the video does have volume. Let's check it out.
Hi, I am Radu's avatar. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Great. Okay. The nose. I still have a bit of energy and time left. Maybe 30 minutes max. So let's try the nose. Nose. So I think that the tip there I think we can do two curves, one on each side somehow. Yeah, so let me adjust this a bit. So somehow the nose would look more 3D-ish, more roundish. So I'm gonna move to, this is the top part, I guess, and then there is the bottom part. Yeah, so this I want to say minus 0.1. No, 0.3. Okay. And tip left, so left tip L, like that, and another one on the right with plus that. So this is going, I remove this thing. Oh yeah, 2 control points. It was also some idea. Let's see. So with this one, I'm gonna do another with the right, but I'm gonna go back to this top point here. Like that. Not great, but let's see. So now let's see how it looks like with the sliders. Huge nose there. I think this can be 1.
Hi, I am.
Yeah, so now this other line will depend on this offset. I'm gonna make it transparent, so it's not important anymore because the nose is defined by the outside line. So the more the line is on the outside, the more visibility it has. So let's try something like ctx global alpha ref.x offset and stroke. Actually, I want to keep this top point there, and let's just put this bottom point also. 0 and 0, 33. Actually, I want this formula.
Hi, I am Radu. Hi, I am Radu. Hi, I.
Yeah, I can't really explain what I'm doing anymore.
Hi, I. Hi, I. Hi, I am Radu.
Oh, what is happening here? This is a number, but this is some weird thing. It's concatenating here, some string. I don't know why it's doing that.
Hi, I am Radu.
What is happening? I don't know, but I think that if I'm gonna change this to do first the addition,
Hi, I Hi, I am Radu's avatar.
no.
Hi, I am Ra Hi, I am Radu's
Okay. Okay.
Hi, I am
No. I'm just gonna comment out everything here at the bottom. Focus on one side.
Hi, I am Ra
So negative values. No, I don't want that. Minus 0.4, and I want absolute value of this.
Hi, I am Rad
I don't know why it's not showing with a different alpha. Begin path, move to, curve to, stroke, and then a different global alpha. What is happening here? How can this line appear here? What is happening there?
Hi, I am
What is happening? I really don't get what's going on now. And I don't have much time left. Let me just undo everything I did here and see if this weird behavior is still happening. So if I comment out this draw nose, does it do this strange thing? Yes, it does. And here, if I say it doesn't make the nose red. think it's something of a bug, and I'm not in the... I don't have enough energy now and brain power to figure it out. Let's see if two control points work. Bezier curve 2.
Hi, I am
A little bit more pointy there.
Hi, I Hi, I am Radus.
I don't want that. The opposite of that.
Hi, I am Hi, I am Ra Hi, I am Ra Hi, I am Radus.
It's not going great.
Hi, I am
Why doesn't this work? I just undo everything. It feels like it's against wanting its
Hi,
nose
I
to
am
be
Radus
changed.
Avatar.
It doesn't want me to change its nose, and I respect that. Okay, I think this is it. It's more than I thought I'm gonna do. I'm really curious what Samuel is gonna do. I have a feeling it might be more impressive than what I did, because you can do so many great things nowadays with online resources, and he's a very clever guy. So it's gonna be exciting to find out. Yeah, but sliders work, video
Hi, I am
works.
Radu's avatar. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Camera works. Hello. This is the last time I'm talking now as the avatar. Thanks for watching if you got to this part. And the code is not horrible, but some parts of it could be better, much better than what they are. I'm really tired and I'm gonna call it a day because it's not yet night, it's just 4 in the afternoon, and I'm gonna go home and rest, and the weekend is coming. So that's it. Thanks for watching and see you guys. Tap, 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 tap. Ooh, look at the hair. Look at the hair. It's, it's great. Wow, I like it. Awesome. Okay, I'm gonna put one more thing here. Instructions for what calibrate means. So in the control panel, when we do the video,
Hi, I am Radu's avatar. Testing 1. Radu's avatar. Hi, I am Rad. Hi, I am Radu's avatar. Hi, I am Radu's avatar. Hi, I am. Hi, I am. Hi, I am Radu's avatar. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hi, I am.
Why is calibrate there?
Hi, I am. Hi, I am. Hi, I am Radu's avatar. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna put this on my website and see if the video loads. And that's pretty much it. I might make a simple preloader if the website, if it doesn't load fast enough, then I'm gonna put there loading, please wait, if the video doesn't come immediately when you press the start button. But that's a minor thing. So, see you guys.